So you can do the math. And all your music here off the left side. Fair enough. Why the +5? Because the world started on year 5. You can't start a game on year 0. So we started the game on year 5. So today is going to be a whole bunch of making my dwarves happy again. I got a lot of old clothing problems, so I'm going to queue up a bunch of clothes. It's clothes day, or clothes year. So that's what we're going to start off with, and then we'll do a little tour. Have I slain any dragons? I would if one would show up. Although I wouldn't slay it. I would train it and make it my pet. Are there dragons alive? Yes. Do we have enough value to attract them? Yes. Do they need to show up? Yes. Will they? I doubt it. Because that's how my luck is. But we're also not really warmongering, so all of the things that most people would consider things that you would do in Dwarf Fortress, we're just not doing. Because I'm just not worrying in the slightest about fighting stuff. There's a lot of RNG rolls. Yeah, I mean, I would love to have... I mean, we have enough dwarves to attract dragons, cave dragons, bronze colossuses, all of that stuff, but... well, I have a Rube Goldberg machine to make sure that things walk over cage traps on the way into the fort. I just need to pull a single lever, and the only way into the fort without walking over cage traps is closed. So. But usually what I do is I will just dig a single tunnel out of my fortress and leave a cage trap in the tunnel, and then just burrow my dwarves behind it, and it just walks in the tunnel and trips the cage trap and done. Mitten is what I need. And there's all of our clothing. So that all of the dwarves that are wearing crap be clothing? Oh, somebody just died of old age, I think. Oh, probably somebody that walked into the map. Did I even register that? No, I super didn't. Oh, wait a second. We got more. Did my... messenger return? Because I sent my messenger out to go get migrant workers, and we just got a bunch of new arrival migrant workers. 2, specifically. Is what the location screen? This is not the location screen. Are you talking about this one? This is the map screen, yeah. This is the other factions screen. But yeah, somebody died on the way here. Yeah, he came back. So all of yesterday, I was very worried that this dwarf just left and was never coming back. But he came back. He made it back finally. So that's good. Welcome back, Eternal. Whether or not they're in the fort yet? Yes. Yeah, no, the messenger is like, if you go to like this screen, it doesn't tell you whether or not they're in the fort. But regardless, Eternal returned finally, so that's good. Meaning I now have a few more dwarves that have no jobs. So I will just give these ones the... Just some basic jobs. I do actually, for once, have a bunch of unnamed dwarves. So if anybody here doesn't currently have a dwarf in Longdeath, or maybe you've had one in the past and you would like one, I can give you one. They're all merchants, though, meaning they're not actual members of the fort. They are not actual members of the fort. And this person showed up and immediately died, so that's unfortunate. But hopefully dwarves can go deal with them. We're going to have a lot of clothing we need to deal with. And that also means we're actually at maximum population cap, meaning we could get giants again, finally. Even though technically 20 of the dwarves aren't members of the fort. I might actually just expel some of them because I ended up with more than I wanted. That's okay. That's okay. The current living dwarves in the fortress are Apostle, Sparkly 4K, Chimp, Danny UG, the Squoid, Peter, Demonoid, Narvicius, Vinsati II, Belug II, Taurus II, Vuzel Vuzel, Kade, Cheers Jamie, Smash T, Simplex, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Zane, Vim ML, Zanny 66, Cutest Ghost III, Tele B II, Vagario Pro, Pilot, Cadanza, Socksmell, Pablo, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Swoos, and Anton Iceland Trees, Ragswolf, Axon II, Eternal, Hello Audio, how are you? Abe, Exendi, Sui, Clay, Orson Frakes, and Dark Skynet, who just grew up. How are you doing, Dark Skynet? What do you need? What job do you need? You like schist, zinc, tapazolite, ibex leather, and giant nautilus shell. Okay, well, leatherworking and shell crafts. Also, would you be any good in the military? You dream of raising a family. All right, you're not moved by art and natural beauty. Current activity, quick to anger, doesn't focus on material goods. She's quite ambitious, a noticeable lack of perseverance. Are you dead, ATM? You've been dead for a very, 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 very long time, animal. So you would be Animal the Second, I think? You've been dead for like easily 150 years. I don't think we ever had an Animal the Second. No, this person wouldn't be any good in the military, but can definitely give you hauling. For crafting, we can go leatherworking, woodworking, weaving, and clothes making. I can give you mechanics and butchery, sure. We'll give you all the basic healthcare stuff. And armoring, why not? But how's things, Cutest? Good to see you. And Audio, I hope your day's been okay. Hope things have been aight over there in your neck of the woods. But yeah, the goal for Longdeath is 1,000 years spent in this fortress total. We are currently at 173 years of time spent here. We only just started springtime, so we are very early in the season, which means we've got whole years ahead of us. I'm going to try and get to year 180 in the year counter instead of the game counter today. That's kind of the goal. I got a couple dwarves I got to rehabilitate and a bunch of new dwarves, so all of this is good. Although one of those depressed dwarves is one of the new migrants that we just got, so... You've done nothing today. Sometimes you need days where you just do nothing. You know, like I actually slept well last night, which is a weird anomaly for me. Like I don't know how to operate because like I fucking slept well and it's weird. Actually, you know what I could do with those new arrivals is I could give them, I've actually got a couple of you who need jobs. I could give them hunting. Hunting and healthcare. That's something I could do with them. We can give them a little bit more specific ones. Shouldn't I have more dwarves or did something happen? So I have 51, which is my cap. The reason I only have 31 on this list is because 20 of them don't count. But did something happen? I mean, Longdeath has happened, and it's been happening. Nothing happens quickly in this fortress. Everything happens very slowly. And the slow thing that's been happening is... tons, Eggman. We get a couple of old age deaths a year. We stopped getting migrants a long time ago from the mountain home, which could be caused by many things, but I don't want to go to war to start getting them again. So we're basically operating off of children, which means we've slowly slid down in our population over the last 50 years, but we'll be okay. I'm not worried. Not worried yet, anyway. I think if we get below 30, then I'm gonna start getting worried. But we're at 31 dwarves, and so I'm not too concerned. Yeah, I mean, nothing days are nice to just reset your brain. How long do dwarves live? We're basically on like third generation kids now. We've got like great grandparents that have passed away. Dwarves live between 150 to 179 years. So like, let's just grab Sparkly, right? Sparkly, their grandparents were in the fort. Axon was one of the original 7, and Lump. They also have a marital grandmother. Their parents have both died of old age in this fortress. And currently this dwarf is 106 years old and is married to Apostle and has 2 children, Orson Frakes. So this is like 4th generation. So Orson Frakes is like 4th generation Longdeath, basically, at this point. And Tiny Goliath, too. So like this child right here is 4th generation of this fort. It's like, it's a very slow process, but it's kind of amazing watching these little family trees happen. So, but because right now we're literally just like operating under, I need you. You are a scholar, so go be a scholar. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take you off of other tasks. Let's take you off of hauling and let you just go be a scholar. Yeah, no, this isn't D&D. Didn't expect to find a Dwarf Fortress stream. I mean, it's basically all I do these days. Well, that's not totally true, but it's like 60% of what I do these days. I've also had Tarn Adams on the stream a couple of times. So all I can say to you is, don't take this the wrong way, but if you didn't expect to find a Dwarf Fortress stream, then you haven't been looking very hard. Because there's dozens of us now, okay? There's dozens of us. Really? My mayor's cave adapted? How the fuck did that happen? That's impressive. 160. Also, how are you not dead? My mayor's 160. And was born in this fort. That's an old fucking dwarf. She is romantically involved with Swoos. But... oh, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? You're forgetting about a huge mechanic in Dwarf Fortress. You can request migrants. The problem is migrant workers, aka merchants, don't... what's the word? They're not technically members of the fortress. But if they have children, those children become members of the fortress, right? So you can very easily bring other family trees in. As far as I can tell, they don't really care about cousin relationships, but I haven't seen any cousins actually get married. So, for example, like this dwarf is a migrant worker, but these dwarves are all kids that they've had in this fortress that are with her husband who came from outside of the fort, right? So you can bring in other dwarves from other fortress in the form of merchants that are already married, which is what I've been doing. So all of these merchants that are here are all couples, basically other families that are moving here that will have kids, and then hopefully when they grow old and die, their kids will grow up and marry back into the families, and we'll continue the old family trees going, if that makes any sense. So yes, it is absolutely possible to continue without migrants. Is it more tedious? Yes. Do you have to be more careful? Yes. Is it impossible? Absolutely not. But I've kept it going this long, and I will keep it going, damn it. I mean, obviously, like, recovering from catastrophic events are going to be much harder, but outside of that, yeah, it'll be fine. I'm not too worried. Not worried. I'm really curious to see how Stronghold Warlords is received. I've been very mixed on what I've seen for that game, so I don't know if I'll play it even if it is well received because I don't like streaming RTS games, but what is that reddish pit? This? Is this what you're talking about? Or are you talking about this? Because this is my well, and that's some mud from the well water. Yeah, this is my well, and this is a trade depot. So if you're talking about the pink thing, it's trade depot. Talking about this, that's my well. Which is actually, like, accurate because that actually is a hole. It's a hole in the ground, open space, which goes down into water, which is underground down here. So that's my well. I need to fill it up again soon. But this is the actual, like, well right there. This little guy. That's my little water source. One with the red triangle in it. Red triangle. You've never played as a deity in Dwarf Fortress. You talking about this? Mama Wool Rope? Bottom left of the screen. Oh, this guy. Well, the red... Okay, never mind. I know what you're talking about. This is a literal hole that I made that has some farms in it. It's just easier to make farms like that. Yeah, it's just another hole in the ground. Wrong reddish pit. I don't know why I didn't know what you were talking about. Yeah, it's just a muddy hole that I have some flower beds in. Well, not flower beds. I think it's radishes and other things down there. Yeah, you don't play as a deity in Dwarf Fortress. You're like an omnipotent being. Although the dwarves can name you, but you're not technically a deity. And you've never technically been a deity. You're the player character. You're an omnipotent thing. There are deities in the world which are weaker than the player. So the way I always describe the player character in Dwarf Fortress is if you're into Star Trek, we're basically Q. The player character is Q. How are you doing, stupid? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm following the little dwarves with the down red arrows because those are the ones that need rehabilitation currently. This one's a little bit stressed out. You want to go practice a craft. Can you... Do you have clothes working? Let's give you clothes making. And turn off the squads. Not the Eternal Hammer, just the other one. The Eternal Guard, the main squad, we're going to shut off. Can you die? I mean, I can die. So can you. It's called being alive. Any of us can die. It's a broad question. Or rather, a question I took way broader than you probably intended it, but... And can you die as the player character in Dwarf Fortress? Not in Fortress mode, no. That's why I said you're an omnipotent being. If you want to try and assign what the player character is. The player character is not killable because we do not exist in this world. You are the player character. You are behind your screen. Although it is possible for the dwarves to name you. That being said, I'm not entirely certain if that's a bug or not. Or if that's intended. Some have said that the player in DF is the will of the fortress. It's the questionable judgment of the fortress. Because after all fortresses go through periods of questionable judgment. What are you doing? You going to go clean clothing? Looks like it. There you go. You feel pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. That is an excellent thing to be doing indeed. Best of luck, Dwarf. Might actually do a second round of the same clothing. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Except we'll just do 20. Because I feel like, because now that we're up to 51 dwarves again, we should be doing a little bit more clothing. Just so that there's extras to go around. Because every other year we have to remake everybody's clothes. And it's just that time. Because I didn't do this yesterday. But yeah, no, the way to figure out what your name is in Dwarf Fortress is crush a dwarf with a drawbridge and then look at it in Legends mode. And sometimes it'll be listed that they were killed by a particular character. Even if... And usually it's a name that you won't see elsewhere. So it'll say, oh, killed by X person. Even if that person doesn't really exist. I'm going to make a few more clothers shops just so more dwarves can help. Which is very interesting when you read it in the, well, okay, who's the player character? The thought space. Well, the player character must be that name then, if that name isn't referenced anywhere else. Because it's not a name of a dwarf or something, it's not a name of something that pulled the lever. Well, then who commanded that dwarf to go stand there? And why was the lever pulled? Just kind of a weird, also kind of dark thought. But it's kind of neat. Because you can figure out who caused that to happen, basically. Any favorite names I remember? Probably Hatebeard. Hatebeard is a dark dwarven pits that's in the other world that I have, the Dayfort's world, which is the Pretentious Domain. This world, the Absolute Realm, is pretty good. The name of this world is literally just the Absolute Realm, which is a really good name. The Realm of the Absolute. The Absolute Realm. I like that one a lot. You love innuendo names? We know you do, Animal. This is why Animal likes the bone rings. Also, Animal, did you say that you wanted a dwarf? Must have been a rough fort. Hatebeard? Hatebeard's, it's just a good name, though. It's just a good name. In awe at the size of this land. It's ironic because it's not a big world. It's a small world. Although the way I imagine small worlds like this is it's actually like, there's more continents, we just don't have the technology to know that they're there. Like, this is a very small map, right? But I can very easily imagine, oh yeah, there's other continents, we just... No, there totally is. So I have a bunch of unnamed dwarves. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7 unnamed dwarves. And the reason I have 7 unnamed dwarves is because I requested a bunch of migrants last stream and a bunch of them just showed up at the start of this stream. So I guess whatever was busted fixed itself. So that part's cool. So yes, I do have I do have a couple of dwarves available if people would like names. Granted, they are merchants, which means they are migrant workers, which means they might be very, very old. I don't actually know how old any of them are. What job could you have? Depends on what your dwarf wants to be. None of them have any assigned jobs because they're migrant workers. So they're just here and chilling currently. I do have some basic jobs assigned to them, but it depends on what the dwarf wants to be. It's got nothing to do with what you want your dwarf to be. Pick a random one then. Gotcha. I mean, it's even harder because they're all listed as merchants anyway. I'll find one that, like, looks not super pissy. This one will work. This is Animal 2. By the way, your books are still in the fortress, and dwarves are still reading them. I actually recently saw them binding one of the first editions of a book that you wrote about animal diets. Like 120 years ago. Or no, like 150 years ago even. Within the last season, he was grouchy after being caught in the rain, but felt pleasure after putting on an exceptional item, and wonder after communing with Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, and after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Which means you would like a craft. Well, you also have no crafts. So here, I should give you jobs. Although I'll give you more jobs after we're done reading your description. Let's just read about what you like, and then I'll assign your actual jobs, and then I'll come back. He likes Religar, gold, squirrel, maces, thrones and scepters, and flasks and yaks for their shaggy hair. Hyena men for their coordinated hunting, and hemp plants for their leaves. All right, well, that's pretty easy. I can give you farming, because we are farming hemp plants for the clothing. I can give you butchery as well. Just as a side job, we'll give you the basic wounds dressing stuffs. I can give you bone crafting, weaving, and clothes making. I can also give you leather working. I'm also going to give you mechanics just because I like to have a lot of mechanics. And because you like thrones, we'll give you masonry and stone detailing just for funsies. And you are married to Moldath Ironclans, and you are a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, a member of the citizen of the Ignited Creation, and a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time, which is also a pretty good name. But I came up with that one, so I'm biased on that one. He is 153 years old, born on the 27th of Timber in the year 25. Well, actually, in regards to names, I've definitely seen some pretty ironic names for, like, very small things. So it's like the giant fearful this, and it's like a mouse demon. Those ones are always funny. So his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his short hair is neatly combed. His cobalt eyes have very large irises, and his nose is narrow. His eyelashes are quite long, and his ears are somewhat short. His hair is white, and his skin is sandy taupe. Hello, Patolus. I hope that you still have a roof above your head. He personally would just as soon have the great nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. Well, good for you, because we've done that. A strengthening after being caught in the rain in the year 90. Which is interesting, because that was like 100 years ago almost, which means I wonder if... almost 154. Yeah, I mean, you'll make it. You could live up for like another 30 years, too. Values cunning, loyalty, and perseverance. So you must have been here before as a visitor or something in year 90, because you were caught in the rain. And you dream of crafting a masterwork someday. You have an overinflated sense of self-worth. You tend to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. You are quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And you can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He tends to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things. He can assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tends to return favors, and he has a little interest in joking around. He tends to hang on to grievances and exhales sharply when he becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Hey, it's keeping you busy. That's good. And having a roof overhead is even better. You are awake right now. Good morning, Dragon Man. Is there anybody else that would like a dwarf? Because Animal's dwarf has just been plopped in. I once again do have some dwarves available because we just had a bunch of merchants arrive. So if you would like a dwarf, let me know. We're getting them all closed up. Dragon Man the Second. Coming right up. No, you are Patolus. He feels pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item. The Great Goose of Chaos. I'm sorry. He is 156 years old, born on the 14th of Granite in the year 22. His hair is straight and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is neatly combed, and he has extremely narrow, short ears that are very flattened. His cobalt eyes have large irises and a low voice. He has an angular chin, and his ears have small lobes. His head is somewhat short, and his hair is white. His skin is sandy taupe. And unlike the last iteration of Dragon Man is a man this time. He was 156 years old, born on the 14th of Granite in the year 22. He personally respects power, values hard work and eloquence, and does not particularly value the truth, dreams of mastering a skill. He likes fine pewter, harlequin opal, and ash wood, the color lime, and cabochons and greaves, and flasks white yam plants for their tubers. When possible, prefers to consume perch and long yam plants and swamp whiskey. You like swamp whiskey? The fuck's wrong with you, Dwarf? Holy shit, man. Where'd you go? I lost you. There you are. All right. He can be very single-minded and doesn't often feel envious of others. He has a sense of duty, and he is a friendly individual. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and tends to not reveal personal information. He is quick to anger and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind working outdoors, but it's something crappy weather. But like all seriousness, Patolis, I hope shit's working out now. Sounds like it's been a long period of time. A rough couple months. Alright, I see two upset dwarves in here. Zane's also upset, apparently. Due to lack of decent meals. For anybody who's wondering, I am not playing on the most recent version with this save, just to avoid any unknown bugs. Seems like the clothing construction is helping the dwarven mental capacity. So there is that. How many animals am I at? 55? I could slaughter a couple bulls. A couple sheep. You just discovered an elven civ that upon being placed in your world of islands saw that they share the island with the humans and crossed the sea to grow their forest retreats. They must have gone through the caves underneath. Oh, that's interesting. Why did you decide to generate such a big set of islands? Is there any particular reason? Also, what version is that world on? I'm assuming the most recent one. Some of these migrants aren't going to be the happiest, unfortunately. There ain't too much I can do about it, I don't think. Also, I hope that body got cleaned up. I didn't actually check. I probably should. Did the actual corpse get cleaned up? Yes, it did. Cool. Also, Swiss, how old are you? 147. Man, so many of these dwarves. We're very much on the point where just a lot of dwarves are gonna die. Got any good books? They haven't really written any books in a while. Nothing particularly noteworthy, no. I mean, we have like 300 of them, but it's a lot of really basic stuff. Certainly not a list I really feel like digging through right now, that's for sure. You wanted to isolate civilizations from each other so that see how they interacted with each other in legends. Huh. Interesting. I'm always interested in how the kobolds operate when they have no one to steal from, because they tend to just kind of take over entire areas. It's interesting seeing the ant hives of kobold colonies like just growing and flourishing. Yeah, so far people like Stronghold Warlords. 82% positive so far. I kind of hope that people like that game because I would like to see the Stronghold franchise do well again. It's been a very long time since anybody's liked a Stronghold game. I don't know if anybody here is a Stronghold fan, but it's a very tortured fan base. I'll put it that way. Pretty bluntly, it's a very tortured fan base. You got to have some fun with minecarts. How many dwarves did you kill? Batolas? How many dwarves did you kill? I hope it was a good large number. I hope that there was many bits and pieces spattered around everywhere. 9? Was that all? How many goblins did you kill, though? You've never played a Stronghold game? Stronghold 1 and Stronghold Crusader and Stronghold 2 are all excellent. Everything they did after that was like mixed to terrible. It's like Stronghold 1, like, it was one of my favorite games of the era. Stronghold 2 also was great. Everything else they did was just kind of yuck. They just like lost their way when they went 3D, unfortunately. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's just start working on this. Although yeah, I do need to get rid of that. It was one cart. I mean, my statement still stands. That's not a very good KDA, basically. I've been wanting to make forts where I figured out how to make catapults actually work as a proper defense instead of just a neat little anomaly thing where it sometimes works. Because currently it's very much a, yeah, it sometimes works situation for me usually. Enjoy your lurks, Katsu. Cheers. Enjoy your lurks. Although everybody's very busy. He did door 4 of his own dwarfs. I don't know what you mean. What? But yeah, no, as far as Stronghold Warlords goes, I played it at PAX and was not impressed. So I'm very much in wait for reviews mode. I don't want to get super excited for a game. But currently it seems tentatively positive, so that's kind of cool. Although there is one negative review, which is only 4 AI and only 9 maps. Do I need to say more? That seems kind of, shit. Apparently it runs like trash. Oh boy. You can't rebind the keys. Oh boy. Yeah, sounds like a Firefly game. So what you're saying is you killed 4 of your own dwarves with a drawbridge? That seems poorly planned, my dude. Poorly planned. You got to go into the office. Be safe. Wash your hands. I'll be here when you get back. An in-game day? About 30 seconds. Mysterio, what's up? And a month is 28 days in DF. There's 12 months in the year. Just clearing all the notifications from my Discord. And Tremor GT, what's up? We're just watching dwarves make clothes. So I don't need to make clothes for another 2 years. Although sometimes days can slow down, especially if like player is pausing. Also, there is one thing that really wrecks the frame rate of this fortress, and that's birds. So if buzzards spawn in, which happens sometimes, it's usually in the late summer we get buzzards or ravens. That will hurt my frame rate, but they don't stick around too long. And it's certainly not a major impact on the frame rate, but it's enough that it's noticeable. That's for sure. It's certainly enough that it's noticeable. All right, Zendi, are we recovering at all? Where did you go? There you are. Frustrated dwelling upon the lack of decent meals, but you are improving, so that's good. To make a dwarf fly 27 tiles? The poor dwarf, man. What did he do to you? Sounds like you were doing some science on some poor lives. I hope it was worth it. One of my favorite weird things that somebody did was somebody from this chat was trying to see if he could launch a dwarf into orbit. And he managed to fire a dwarf out of a minecart so fast that when he collided with the top of the map box, the notification stated that he collided with himself. So it was dwarf name collides with dwarf name and literally just exploded. Like he exploded on impact. But it was literally like Urist collides with Urist. The injured part explodes into gore, basically. So somehow he broke the speed of the space-time continuum, and the dwarf died colliding with himself, which is kind of amazing. That's the only way I can put it. It's kind of amazing. So yeah, that's all I really need to say there. It's one of my favorite things I've seen people do when it comes to launching stuff. He kicked himself? That or he collided with an alternate dimension of the same dwarf. One of the two. More likely he just kicked himself in midair. There we go. This dwarf's helping. Felt satisfied upon learning about threshing. Remembering feeling satisfied upon learning about threshing. Keeping these dwarves happy. But you know, Longdeath is very much just like a challenge of me against me, mostly. And there's definitely points where I've been like, yeah, I'm never going to finish this. But you know, today's one of those days where I'm like, yeah, I'm going to finish this. It's going to take a while, but we'll get there. There's a theory that if you warp through space enough, you'll collide with yourself. I've heard about that, yeah. Or rather, read about that theory. A royal treasurer from Passer Ol has arrived. Has it told me the name? Okay, yeah, it is just Zaki. I was going to say, like, what? Doesn't it normally give me the name? But, caravan has arrived and the royal treasurer has arrived. Which means it's almost time to trade. We're almost done making all of our clothing, though. Which means I'm going to need to stop all of the dwarves from all this work, and we're going to need to take a bunch of stuff to the caravans in a moment. Take a bunch of stuff to the caravans. Yeah, I've read about those weird time-space continuum theories, which is kind of what I like to think, is that he was going fast enough that he warped through space-time and collided with himself and exploded. That's my headcanon of what happened there. Because that's a much more fun headcanon for me. That is a much more fun headcanon. Dark Skynet has become a armorer. Not bad for a little 13-year-old. Growing up so fast. They grow up so fast. Actually need to make more ballista arrowheads. Arrowhead. Iron, let's say 50. Also, does my mayor want anything? Scepters. 3 rock scepters. You go poof. Yeah, you're just going really fast, and then suddenly you just go pop. Pop like a grape. Explode everywhere. The humans are here and ready to trade with us, which is good. We'll need to do that. My name is Zani. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. It's kind of interesting because this is the human royal treasurer, right? This person didn't show up for like 6 years. Like, we didn't hear from them at all for quite a while. But they're finally back now, which is neat. It's neat that they're finally back. We have finalized the export agreement. Or the import agreement. Let's discuss the finalized exports. Is there anything specific that they do want from me? They do want rings, which is interesting. And they also want anvils. Prepared meals, musical instruments they really want. Headwear they really want. Rock tools? What the fuck is rock tools? I assume rock tools would be like pickaxes, yeah? I don't really pay attention to that screen very often. Let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves on behalf of the Merchants Guild. Goodbye, Zaki. Hopefully you come back next year and don't die. The first dwarf on the moon. Tarn's talked a little bit about space travel stuff, but a lot of that stuff's pretty, even by Dwarf Fortress standards, far out, you know? Like, it's definitely far out even by DF standards. There we go. That's what I need to do. We'll just do all of that for the humans. Hello, Crustator. Well, there is a moon in the game already, and there's also a sun. The game, alongside a world gen, generates three celestial bodies: your planet, the sun, and the moon. They're all tracked celestial bodies, but they're not travelable locations, and the world is flat. So you know we have other problems that we need to worry about before a travelable moon. I mean, you should look at the Dwarf Fortress roadmap sometime. It's wild. You know, I was actually thinking about this the other day, where I think the Dwarf Fortress might actually just be No Man's Sky, in that Tarn just kind of says, yeah, that's a good idea to everything, but because he started from nothing and is just slowly building on it, we all know he'll get there eventually, and we've all just kind of accepted that. Unlike No Man's Sky, where they promised everything and didn't have everything done at start. And they charged for it. Goblins are from the dark side of the moon? Obviously, man. Absolutely. They just have a really big catapult on the moon, and they're just launching themselves back down to Dwarfland. I mean, it's a full moon right now. In the world. And now it's no longer a full moon. Hey, are you doing any better? You haven't tantrumed yet, so that's helping. But you got to yell at somebody in charge, so that is good. But no, I really enjoy the long, drawn-out form of this fortress. I've been consistently enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. Dev seems quite happy to participate. I mean, it's really difficult for games like that to get coverage, right? And it's been really neat seeing all of the responses on Twitter. Like, there's just somebody mentioned at one point in it who has like responded to it. There's several people that Cornell mentioned throughout the interview who have like responded on Twitter going, "Holy shit, I was brought up in this. That's wild," kind of thing, which is neat to see. It's been a interesting experience having not a huge numbers response to the thing, but a very overwhelmingly nice verbal response to it. To the point where I hope I can continue doing that stuff. It's just right now, the amount of time I had to put into that interview versus what I'm actually getting out of it financially, it's not even remotely worth it. So hopefully at some point that will change, but I don't know. Highly depends. Because I love Dwarf Fortress, and I would like to do more interviews about Dwarf Fortress, but there's other games that I'm also interested in that I know just won't bring the same number of people, I guess. But as the YouTube channel grows, that stuff becomes slowly more viable. I can afford to take a hit stats-wise to promote something that's cool, which is kind of the whole goal for me growing my YouTube channel. And I think it's infinitely more useful than even like the lore videos that I've done. I kind of miss doing the lore videos, but I've kind of just run out of creativity for them. I feel like I'm just telling the same story over and over, and unless I start doing stuff that's like really big and in-depth, that's just going to take forever to edit, and they already took forever to edit. I just kind of stopped seeing the point in them a little bit, unfortunately. I think the longer form stuff is better for me. Let's bring the trader over. You okay there? What are you trying to do? Let's take you off of weaving. I'm very surprised that my mare managed to get cave adapted. There you go. Meeting is done. I really hope they never add a tech tree to Dwarf Fortress. Spitalier. I really hope that they never add a tech tree to Dwarf Fort. Especially, like, you know, Tarn stated he never wants to add a tech tree to Dwarf Fort, so it'd be really weird if they did. It's such a huge benefit gameplay-wise to not have to worry about researching a tech tree, and it speeds up the gameplay so much. The game would be so much slower if we had to research picks before we could mine, you know what I'm saying? It would be so painfully slow. It's actually kind of interesting. I was reading blog posts, and I found a blog post that I thought was kind of interesting where they were talking about permadeath versus permadeath and slow progression. If you play a game that just has permadeath and has no progression, air quotes, that's the game trusting that you have the knowledge and the player ability to play with the full breadth of the game's abilities and tools and possibilities from step one. Whereas if the game lets you slowly unlock things, it's the equivalent of the game saying that you're not smart enough to play with all of the tools initially, and the tools aren't good enough, or the tools aren't good enough for you to play with all of the tools initially because you should have restricted tool options, which I think is kind of neat. I think it's a really neat way of putting it. I don't know if any of you guys feel that way about things, but I kind of do. I mean, that kind of already exists in the books that get written, right? I mean, knowledge gets discovered, but it doesn't actually change anything for the player. The player is still doing the exact same things. So, like, if my scholars discover using sundials as clocks, it doesn't actually change my gameplay. They just know that sundials exist. Just as busy work? That too. I mean, that's why I stopped playing Undermine. That game looked really neat and was really cute, but very quickly I was like, this is boring as shit. I don't want to have to grind through unlocking all of this stuff. It's funny, like, I talked to them at PAX about it and I asked them why they decided to go that route instead of just giving us all of the tools initially, and their statement was quite literally just, we had trouble keeping people interested in early testing, because in very early testing, supposedly, they weren't planning on going that route. They were planning on just giving the player all of the options from minute one, but apparently they ran into issues where players were getting bored. So clearly, like, your game isn't fun enough with the full breadth of tools. That's how I read that, but apparently they took that as, okay, well, we should add meta progression, which kind of sucks. It's like, if your tool set is uninteresting enough that you need to add meta progression, maybe something's wrong. You need to change something. Some people are so used to, sounds more like a self-burn, an unintended self-burn, I think, in that instance, because I was talking to the lead designer. It's this weird thing where it's like, do I want to progress through a tech tree in a video game? I don't know. Unless it's something like Civ, where, like, the tech tree resets every game, or something like Jupiter Hell, where the tech tree resets every game. Like, the tech tree resets at the beginning of the run, but then when you start a new run, that's part of it. Is the 6th month better than the 2nd? Are we talking about resubs? If you're still enjoying the stream, potentially, because you get a better hat. But yeah, no, it is kind of an indirect self-burn. I mean, I know lots of people who insist on loving meta progression and state that it gives them inspiration to keep going. And I wonder how much of that is just poor game design. Like, genuinely. Like, a board game doesn't have meta progression, but a quality board game, you want to play it again once you play it. You play it once and you're like, that was fun. Let's do that again, right? Just thought about how much has happened. What, in the 6 months that you've been watching me? Or in the 6 months you've been subscribed? Or, like, are you asking, is month 6 better for me than it was back during month 2? Or what? I mean, if you say that too loudly, it might just happen. Patolas. There's some often very generous people who watch this stream. But please make sure that you have a permanent roof above your head before you worry about bringing any hats back. Don't do things you can't afford, man. Okay, one is left. Can I? You've got to go eat. Probably not gonna have the time to trade. You brought it up, Patolas. One-time use cardboard card game is an awful use of cardboard. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about, like, Ticket to Ride, right? Which is not a one-time use board game. Ticket to Ride is a game that I played for the first time in, like, 10 years on Friday. as part of Halcyon After Hours, and I'm now editing some footage of it for the YouTube channel, my team's YouTube channel. And Ticket to Ride is a game that I've been thinking about a lot since then. It's a very fun game. No board games have meta progression. You know, you play through the board game is over, you enjoyed that board game, and then you play another, you play it again, right? It's very rare people will only ever play a board game once, and if you only play it once, it's a bad board game, right? I just wish more video games were designed like that, where you play it once and then you want to play it again. You can get your anti-board gaming wife to play? Can you get her to play Carcassonne? Because that's my favorite board game of all time, is Carcassonne. With as many expansion packs as you can cram into it. Easily. Favorite board game of all time. I love the art on the tiles. I love the scoring. I love the way it builds. It's such a neat little game. Such a simple little game, too. Really? She doesn't like Carcassonne? Oh, that sucks. That game is so good, man. So fucking good. Yeah, I've heard about those board. Well, I don't think I've ever heard about a one-time use board game like that. They probably exist, Banana, but I do definitely know about games that are like it's 10 playthroughs or something that you get out of this. We're gonna go forge an iron ballista head. Iron crossbows. Iron crossbow 3. My mayor's demanding it. Can't wait to sell all of these iron crossbows. I got so many of them. Also, might as well make some iron bolts. Because I do actually have some hunters now. Yeah, it's having less faith in the intelligence of the player. So for me, as somebody who dislikes meta progression, I consider meta progression to almost be an insult to me and my intelligence, right? It's oh, you can't handle all of these tools yet, so we're going to give you a lesser experience for now, which I feel insulted by, right? And I really think it sucks that more people don't have that mindset towards things, because like the beauty of a game that is just the game and you just play it, it's like learning a good puzzle game, right? It's like learning a rule set, right? I don't know. I mean, I played so yeah, thanks for the host. An example of this, I think. I played The Binding of Isaac for a little bit. Hated it. Absolutely hated it. Thought it was one of the, like, I genuinely thought it was garbage. I hated it. I hated the style. I hated the visuals and couldn't understand why people liked it. And then a friend of mine sent me his 100% save file, or more like, it was like 89 or something % save file, which had tons of items unlocked and tons of shit already on it. Almost all the characters except I think Lost were unlocked. He basically had everything. He just gave me he's like, try this. And I liked it. I eventually stopped because it got too bullet helly. But I liked it. I really, really liked it. Because it felt like the game wasn't wasting my time. And it's even worse when it's the same grind, right? Like, I especially with any like modern run-based game, I feel like every time I'm running into the exact same grind over and over. It's like, oh, I've done this before. You get to unlock the alchemist, then you unlock the item crafter, then you unlock the item shop, then you unlock the weapon shop. Now I can unlock my weapons and put the thing into the weapons. Were you streaming, Seth, or was that just a host? Regardless, thank you very much. Cheers. And if you were streaming, what were you playing? Cheers, though. Thank you. Chicks have hatched. Holy shit. That's excellent. Just keeping them all in there. Angel Berserk on hard. That's what I was doing. I died to poison last night. Sad days. Also, I'm sad that there's no actual Steam achievement for that. One, a lot of the challenges just don't have Steam achievements. And it's kind of like, oh, come on. Give me those. You managed to win with stout. Good shit. Yeah, I've been trying to do it with vampire on marine. I probably could have won last night, but I fucked up because I was tired. And I probably could have won the day before, but I got ballsy. A reverse progression system? What, where it takes stuff away? So, like, you start with a lot of buffs, and as you get better, your character gets weaker? Imagine Legend of Zelda. I can tell you this right now, I would not want to play that game. Banana. I would not want to play that game, but I could see that being interesting as, like, a single playthrough thing. Trying to maintain your energy is key. Yeah, it's a fucking fun run. Scouts are a hell of a class to play. So many random chicks running around everywhere that dwarves are putting away. All right, well, we're mostly done with the clothing. I think I'm out of leather. Just have this feeling that I'm out of leather. This paint line is so boring. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Abra. Putted it all into dodge and spaced energy. Gotcha, yeah. That's what you have to do. And, although dodge is just kind of like the meta thing. For any kind of melee. It's only less fun if they do a bad job of giving you a good basic kit. I guess so, yeah. Oh boy. That is a really long period of straight line. Are you voice to texting while driving, Abra? Well, my dwarves are all just doing ironworking. Good stuff. Got the stuff for my mare done. Good priorities, dwarfs. Let's get rid of those shoes, though, because I'm pretty sure I'm out of leather. Before you're too small to use anything in the lab? If so, no idea what you're talking about. I mean, that's your fault for using night mode. Or not using the, I think it's unreadable colors is a box that you can tick in FFZ, which basically turns any pure black and pure white names to slightly less black and slightly more gray names, so they're always readable on white or dark mode, which is what I have turned on. But it's Abra fucking Kadabra. So at least he's got the badge, which makes it kind of identifiable. Oh, wait, why are you on a closed airport? I don't know anything about trucks. You're gonna have to like baby mode me here. So wait, are you're cleaning lines off of off of the pavement? What? So you're controlling a paint truck and it's painting lines and you're erasing them? Is that what's happening? Okay, I now have a mental image of what you're doing. I missed the beginning bit where you were driving a cleaning truck. So like, just say this paint line is so boring. I'm like, what? Like I was very confused until that last sentence. I understand what you're doing now. That seems kind of like an easy job though, so could be worse. Satisfied at work, that's good, but you don't like being nauseated by the sun. You're removing lines, yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what the line removers look like. I just didn't realize you were doing that specifically. So I was confused, but I'm less confused now. They're going to get through those ballista arrows fast. Like fast. Also, so I'm looking at this diamond that you added, Vinsati. That to me looks like something out of Warhammer. Like that looks like something out of Warhammer Fantasy back there. That's what that looks like to me. Like that just straight up reads like Warhammer Fantasy. On a cyberpunk city builder where you build underground and sky high. Huh. Do you know what it's called? I'm kind of out of it's been a while since I played a city builder. Not against them, but Nebuchadnezzar's one that I want to do, but I've just been kind of busy with other things, so I just kind of haven't gotten around to it. I got keys for it. And like everybody was streaming it right when it came out, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't need to play this while everyone else is playing it. Skid City. Was it this? Cyberpunk city builder, dystopian stuffs? Looks like it. It's kind of got a weird perspective. It's trying to do like the isometric thing with 3D graphics. It always looks kind of odd to me. Looks neat, I guess. Kind of looks like something else I've seen. Doesn't seem to have much of a response. Crappy marketing, probably. Kind of reminds me of that platform city builder where you were building a city on a platform. Can't remember what it was called, though. I feel like a bunch of like indie city builders have come out recently, though. There's kind of a few of them right now. After a lack of troublemaking, how do you give a dwarf the ability to troublemake? I've seen that a number of times over the years, and I always wonder about that one. How do I let my dwarves make trouble? Lots of stuff getting put away. Tons of stuff getting put away, actually. Dwarves are still weaving threads into cloths. How's Anton doing? Wants to pray, wants a break. Looks like Clay, who is the one easily frustrated dwarf in this squad, is no longer frustrated, meaning we can let them have a break. I mean, looks neat. Fighting under the influence, getting into bar fights, troublemaking, arguing with people. Dwarves do get into arguments. I've actually been noticing more and more arguments in this fort, which I think is kind of interesting. It's like, well, I mean, if you live in a fortress with your whole family, I would get into arguments too. Every now and again, you just got to expel somebody because they just keep arguing with mom and dad. It's just like real life. Turns out they get into fights and they yell at each other. They don't like it very much. Yeah, no, seems like my concern about Stronghold Warlords being very bare bones is valid. Based on looking at reviews. So, seems like people do like what's there, but I'll probably pass on that. This is the manual, the manager menu, and yes, I use it a lot. I don't like automate stuff, but I do issue all of my orders through that. I never set up the if-then statements to have repeating orders because, I don't know. But I will go in here and just be like, brew, 100, brew, 100, done. Like, I'll use that a lot, yeah. But what do you mean by use work orders? Because that is the manager menu. Are you talking about the jobs menu? Which menu are you talking about? Because the work orders menu is the manager menu. Unless you're talking about the conditions within the manager menu. Yeah, that's the conditions screen within the manager menu. No, I don't use that. I never use that. Mostly because, like, my brain doesn't work that way. This is why I was never any good at programming, because I can't figure out if-then statements. It just confuses me. Like, there was a good week there where every day chat was like, yo, streamer, you should learn how to do this. And every single time I'd try, I would just be like, nah. I can't do that. My brain doesn't work that way. I look at if-then statements and I just get confused and I give up very quickly. 2 annual tributes have arrived. I don't think Stone's here, so I will just screenshot these for him. So yeah, no, I never use it. But just remember that that is not the manager screen. The manager screen is the work order screen. The basic fundamentals of if of X then Y formal logic confuses you. Fair enough. I mean, I can't figure that shit out at all. If it ain't broke, why fix it? I mean, I like to use less tools, ideally. For me, it's more fun to use less tools to complete the same thing. And also, I find when I automate stuff, then I get lazy and I forget stuff. So it's better to just not automate it, in my opinion. Holy fuck, that's a big tribute. There was a point where these tributes just started getting big, and they've never gotten small again. Oopsies. 1 billion bars. Oopsies, that's the full screen button. Didn't want to do that. That's the button I wanted. That you've offloaded in the past coming back to you like a Christmas loaf? I mean, we'll never know until I look at Legends to try and track individual items, but I don't think I can do that without Legends Viewer. But probably not. For my vests coming back to you, they have never sent me my thing back, and all of the clothing they've ever sent to me has been large, so no. I don't actually think that's possible. I don't think it's possible for the same items to come back, because the humans only send you large clothing. Because they can't actually use the dwarfy small clothes that I give them, which is kind of funny. And they've never sent me anything damaged. So, I don't think the game actually works that way for tributes. I'm pretty sure it just spawns in random items. But they did bring me a tame hedgehog, so that's pretty rad. And a quacker. I should probably put the quacker up with the chickens. And just go hang out. But yeah, I think you're kind of mistaken on how the game works, Banana. I don't think that's possible. I'm pretty sure it just spawns new items in. I kind of wish that stuff could come back, but I don't think it can. I know that if there is too many of an item in the world, the price goes down, which is why figurines are almost completely worthless in this map, which is kind of funny because I've traded literally tens of thousands of them. I've just flooded and destroyed the market for figurines in this world. A standardized script with stuff that you load in at various points in Fortress Life? For wait, what purpose? Oh, script macro. Okay, yeah, that would do it. That seems kind of not fun to me though. I don't know. I don't like automating things. It feels less like a game then. And pathfinding are not friends. Yep. Granted, your reaction of, oh my god, they try to path out seemed so horrified it was funny. It's like, man, the frame rate gets so bad when they're locked in a room. Duh. Fair enough, but for me, like, queuing up those orders is part of the gameplay? What? The Wolverine attacks the horse, but she jumps away. The horse kicks the Wolverine in the head with her right front hoof, and the injured part explodes into gore. Where's this Wolverine? Because the caravan just turned around. Oh. So this dwarf was leading this horse. And then that Wolverine attacked it, and now the caravan's leaving. Well, bye dwarves, I guess. Would you look at that? Huh. They road-killed a Wolverine and it scared them so much they left. Nothing will be better than the best dwarven caravan spawn I ever had where they just immediately left was the caravan loaded in. Okay? Loaded in. It was on a mountain embark. And a giant mountain goat headbutted one of the dwarves, and the dwarf literally went boom! Like he just flew off the edge and went splat at the bottom. And then they just left. It was very, very, very funny. Because it was like somebody flicked him off the mountain. It was just kind of incredible. So, boop! And there he goes. Whee! Splat. It was very funny. Very, very funny. I guess in this instance, it was just a Wolverine. Wolverine was too much. Dwelling upon somebody's death. Can't have been that bad. Yeah, I don't know. My general theory for things in Dwarf Fortress is treat them well and treat them like people, and your frame rate in Fortress will operate better. That's generally my work ethos for Dwarf Fort. And generally it's true. Generally it's true. If you just treat them well and treat them like people, they'll be a lot happier. Also, we're a little chill right now. Can I get a round of beers? Curious about how many people are listening to the stream. Once we're done weaving up all of this cloth over here. Also, I wonder, actually. Pigtail seeds, pigtail thread. Yay, we're actually getting hemp plants. Which means I'm getting hemp cloth, too. That's nice. Could probably turn job cancellations back on. I'm curious as how much is canceling. Cheers, guys. Thank you much for the little round of beer there. All right, we're still getting those. It's kind of the reality of that. The way I've got this set up, we get a lot of canceling when I actually have that job running. Let's make 2 more farmers' workshops. And get twice as many dwarves pressing plants. And as always, if anybody wants a dwarf, we do have a few unnamed dwarves in this fort. 5, in fact. They're all merchants, so they may die young, or they may die soon, but sooner than a child would. But if you would like a dwarf in the fort, we have some openings. Would be Brander Buddy 2, I think. Or Brander the sequel. You're 149. What about you? 150. 156. Kind of don't want to name that one. 157. 159. This one's the happiest, though. Brander 2, yeah. I think that this is the youngest one. Yeah, 150 years old. Brander the second. She feels enjoyment while performing. I played the poet of phrases at the simple dinner, and I enjoyed that. She's taking part in some music playing. Doesn't have any jobs assigned, so I can give you jobs based on your ideals. You like native gold, sterling silver, clear zircon, figurines, and thripsmen for their prolific breeding. Ew. The sight of the fuchsia velvet, and when possible prefers to consume blood amaranth beer and longland flour. Well, I guess I'm going to give you a few different jobs. We'll give you that. We'll give you that. We'll give you farming. Couple medical crafts. Give you weaving. Not strand extracting. Clothes making. That and that. Stone crafting and bone crafting. Those and those. You're somewhat of a merchant yourself? Well, I'm totally down to name people. Just realize that the merchants may or may not live as long. She is 157 years old, born on the 7th of Felsite in the year 28. She has a square chin and her very long hair is braided. Her nose bridge is concave and she has a low voice. Her nose is short, her eyebrows are quite dense, and her ears have very small lobes. Her streamer has hiccups, and this is hard. Her cobalt eyes are slightly close set, and her hair is white. Her skin is sandy taupe. She personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world, values family, and thinks that friendship is important, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself. She prefers that those who present themselves, she prefers to present herself modestly, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she doesn't tend to hold on to any grievances. She can handle stress, and she is very humble. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is assertive. She has a greedy streak, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly after a time. And Zope, you also say that you're quite the merchant yourself. Well, congratulations, you're a Yurist, and you're now 149 years old, Zope. I think this is the second one of you. I could be wrong. I could do with all the tangled creatures and greenery. You were afraid after experiencing trauma because somebody died the second you walked into the fortress. I'm sorry. And he was bored after being unable to practice the craft for too long. Well, we can fix that. We can give you 2 crafts, actually. We can give you weaving, clothes making, bone crafting, stone crafting, and leather working. And we'll also go up here to the farming thing, and I think I'll give you tanning because I need some more tanners. Yeah, let's read your actual interests. You like magnetite, brass, white jade, and pine wood. We have none of those things, so hopefully you survive anyway. Anvils and cows for their hunting moves. Well, we can give you animal caretaking, because I do have cows. Animal care. And we can also give you gem cutting, and we can also give you those 2. Maybe not that one, but those 2. And all that, and all that. How old is your dwarf now? I'll check after this. He personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and dreams of mastering a skill. I think about 130 years old, best step. I need to check. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and doesn't handle stress well. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is slow to trust others. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this, as he values friendship. He is not particularly curious about the world, and likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract. He doesn't focus on material goods, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. And tends to hang on to grievances, and speaks very deliberately when he's angry. And Bastet, your dwarf is 127. That's about 130. I was right. Ish. Right-ish. Right-ish on point. I exiled yours? Yes, because yours was bad. I exile bad dwarves and will continue exiling bad dwarves. Ah, I missed what the diplomat was actually talking about. He's telling a story or giving a speech. I kind of want to just shut down all of the guilds for a bit. I think I'm just going to say only members can visit for a little bit. On all of the guild halls. I'm going to leave all of the, well, I'm going to leave the Doctor Guild Hall open just because that is literally my hospital. Temple can stay open. That could be members. I just kind of want the dwarves to hang out in the tavern a little bit more. Once they finish all of these tasks, that is. Because they got tons of them to finish. Found a bunch of kobolds who were raised in human settlements. Both work as miners? Oh, interesting. And one of them became a dancer and came up with his own choreography. The other one was jailed for 5 years for a theft and didn't commit due to racial profiling. Huh. Who dreamed about becoming a necromancer due to panic about what happens about after death. Wait, are you saying that you actually have? Really? How the fuck did that happen? Taylor B just became super depressed, apparently. Is this dwarf just busted? Always in love with somebody. Cracks easily under pressure. Oh, that would do it. Cracks easily under pressure, eh? Go take a break, dwarf. Go take a nap. Go relax for a bit. Go chill out. Go do what you gotta do. Sorry, Taylor. Big apologies there. Still can't believe we weren't able to trade with the caravan this year because the horse fucking kicked an animal. Wild animal attacked their horse and they just left. Also, holy crap, hit noon already. That means I've been streaming for 3 hours. It's kind of crazy how fast my day can go by sometimes. That's one of the reasons why I would never give this job up for anything, no matter how tough it can be at times, just purely because it's like, it is ridiculous how quick days can go by when streaming. Hey, Nitrine, hope you've been okay. Hope things have been well, and I hope you've been sleeping. I actually got a good night's sleep recently, which is weird for me. Very weird. Very, very, very weird. And thank you very much for the channel points towards the day off. Yo, Vinsati, you should try and catalog your worlds a little bit more. Sort of like what I do with the Dayforts world. I don't know if you found the Dayforts world to be as engaging as the community world that I did. I kind of missed that one. That one was a lot of fun, but you're a bit bored. I've been there, man. I'll certainly have days like that. Like there's definitely some days where I'm streaming where I'm just like the hours just drag on. I've definitely had days like that, but I don't know. I got no issues today. It's because I think it's because I actually slept well last night, which is a rare anomaly for me. So I'll take it. Take it and run while I can, you know? I got so many dead chinchillas. That's what those little C's are. They're dead chinchillas. But apparently there's just fuck tons of them. Pull that lever. Get that out of there. Now you have a lake in your hospital? Excellent. Well, I mean, it's not a hospital anymore. It's now just an unofficial swimming pool, okay? I would say that you've improved the hospital with a swimming pool. Now you just need to figure out how to access the hospital while it's under the swimming pool. Or build a new hospital and just let it be claimed by the swimming pool. Ooh, that's a lot of masterworks I just crushed. Ooh, what's Pilot telling? In the year 27, the dwarf Astro Banjos created a masterful mudstone figurine. That's somebody I haven't seen in a while. Astro. Wonder what happened to him. Oh, you designed it that way. Oh, okay. See, the way I read that, it read like you flooded your hospital. But sounds neat. Hydrotherapy to my rehab area. You've added hydrotherapy. Yeah, it's just blasted by high pressure hydro. Yeah, it's great. So the reason I want the dwarves to have less places for them to hang out is because I want them to make friends and babies and get married and all that stuff. Means more dwarves in the same space, means dwarves make babies and get married. It's a very important thing for this fort right now. Dwarf Mistum Stoked Arrow became the outpost liaison of the Ignited Creation. This is adorable, right? Yes, and then make friends with the babies, exactly. And be good parents. This is adorable because the dwarf telling this story is 13? 13 years old. Yeah. So this dwarf is 13 years old and is telling a story about something that happened in year 6. Like 180 years ago. That is adorable. I kind of love that. Was it adorable? No, because there are no doors taking part in this celebration of adorableness. The dwarf shouldn't be upset. You're literally just lonely after being away from family. I'm also just going to go and cancel all of these jobs. There we go. Because we've brewed enough fruit. Stuff's just getting put away, and a lot of dwarves are heading to the tavern, because I've made all of the guild halls private. But yeah, plan for tonight after Dwarf Fort is we're going to actually start getting into Dungeon Mans. Poet of Phrases is a human dance. Dwarves are doing a human dance and singing a human song and playing human instruments because our cultures are very heavily intertwined. Which I think is real cool. I will never not think that that is super fucking cool. Good morning, Cadanza. Hello. It is, I guess, just rolling over into afternoon over here. It's just afternoon. Your dwarf is very happy about reading. I'll have you know. You're reading Pulleys before and after. You learned about Pulleys before and after. You read Musings No, further musings in the Mountain Home. There you go. The Mountain Home and further musings. You read Foundations of Interviews, but you were lonely after being away from friends. But you kept reading, and you were lustful after talking with a spouse. Ugh. Disgusting. Especially considering your spouse's socks smell. So, you know, there you go. You felt lustful after speaking with a spouse. Naughty, naughty dwarves. Naughty, naughty. But yes, good morning. I hope that your day's been good so far. A spouse. Yes, after talking with a spouse. I mean, this is Dwarf Fortress we're talking about. There's always room for more. Feature creep counts for relationships too. It's not cheating, it's just feature creep. The fact that I'm a creep is a feature. We need dwarves to come from somewhere. Yeah, and if it's all from one dwarf, I don't really care. All I care about is efficiency. Just need plenty of new dwarves. Future creep now 93 wives. I mean, you know, if that's the way the dwarves want to operate in this fort, I'd actually be totally okay with that. Oh no, Taylay's throwing a tantrum. That's bad. There's always a few. Can't have been much of a tantrum because it's already over. Although you did get into a fight. So there's a disorderly conduct, 2 counts of disorderly conduct against Taylay. Looks like we're gonna need Diamond to go beat her up or something like that. Hopefully it's just put her in prison and hopefully she loves it. When dwarves like prison, it's very, very easy. Although we did have Axon early on in this fort who had 13 lovers at one point in this fortress and a husband. So she had 13 lovers and a husband. Not very efficient for making lots of babies, though. She was having a great time, but not the most efficient for the breeding program. Okay, so Taylay's going to prison. Hey, Taylay, do you think that you're going to like prison? Or do you think you're going to hate prison? Also, sorry that I have to throw you in prison. It's kind of terrifying, though. Dwarven polygamy is something that's cool, but also, like, kind of terrifying. That's the reason that my favorite story ever in Dwarf Fortress is the one about that necromancer lady. Oh no, we're putting her on the wrong chain. Shit. I forgot that I still had prisons down here. How about I slate that for removal? Which means you'll probably turn around and put her into prison? Because I don't want to put her into that prison. Oh, wait, never mind. You did put her into that prison. Let's just slate that one for removal and put her on a different one. Hopefully that doesn't just kill her. It might. I forgot that I still had these 2 chains down here. I was using these as temporary prisons. Oh, are you wearing the chain now? Is that still a bug? Yeah, you are. So if you have a dwarf who's in prison on a chain or a rope, and then you destroy the rope, they wear it on their upper body, and I don't think they can ever take it off. I think that that's a bug that's still in the game. It also works for animals, too. So you can actually have, like, animals with multiple ropes on them. First time I noticed it actually was, there you go, chaining her back up. First time I noticed it was actually on the Krug Smash video where he was taming jabberers and breeding jabberers. And he noticed it and brought it up. So it's something I've kept an eye out for since. It's the mark of troublemakers? Yeah. 2 scepters. That's not what I wanted to do. All right, now you get placed into the nice prison cell. Doesn't feel anything after being confined. That's good. Let's let you sit there for like a day and we'll see what your brain says. I don't know. I find dwarven relationships to be kind of hilarious, and I'm super happy that they are as they are right now, where dwarves can just have multiple lovers. Like, I always love it when it's like, oh, a dwarf has migrated to your fort, and then you check their relationships, and they're just like, oh yeah, no, have a family and a husband and 5 other lovers all in different forts. Just not saying anything. It's like, it builds like this little narrative drama in my head, and I always find that very amusing. Guilty after being confined. Damn it. Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. I'll be shocked if that dwarf makes it out of that prison sentence. I mean, Dwarf Fortress kind of is just really complicated The Sims. If you really think about it. Fuchsia Velvet is a social group dance originating in the Ignited creation. Although I will say, The Sims patch notes, almost as funny as Dwarf Fortress patch notes. Almost as funny. Almost as funny. Like, various patch notes about, like, babies getting stuck in things, or, like, oh, fixed a bug where Sims would urinate fire was a pretty funny one that I saw relatively recently on Reddit, where it's like, they'd go to urinate and it would catch the toilet on fire. Which is just great. Like, I don't care what game that is. That is an amazing bug fix. Does not matter what that game is. That is incredible. Right? Apparently it was like a very low chance that it could happen too. That's some pretty intense STDs, right? Like, ease off on the chugging of the what you might call it. Ease off on chugging the super duper dense kerosene. Being sassy in the Speedy Zoom Zooms channel. Stop drinking rocket fuel. Exactly. You should stop drinking jet fuel. It's not good for your urinary tract. All right, plenty of dwarves pondering. You're singing. Trees is singing. What are you singing? You're singing the Fuchsia Velvet? Well, that's cool. How good are you at singing, actually? Novice speaker, but rusty. Dabbling leader. Novice singer. Novice musician. How about you? Dabbling. I've always wanted to just have a legendary singer, but I don't know how you would do that. Novice singer, but rusty. Dabbling stringed instruments and a dabbling percussionist. And things feel different? I don't know what you're talking about. Crastator. Like, between when and when? I mean, there was a pretty big patch that came out recently, but is there level design changes? I don't know. I don't know. I know they just put out a patch this morning. but it was a very small patch. Just fixes imbalance. Yeah, no, they haven't changed anything. Could be interesting. I know some people have done that. Hold on. I wrote Dwarf. Let's see if I can find this video that I'm thinking of. The problem is when you type in Dwarf Fortress music, you get that weird little like guitar riff. Not the thing I'm actually looking for. Yeah, I'm not finding the thing that I actually am looking for because I don't think they tagged it at all, which makes it very hard to find. But I saw a video on Reddit a couple of months ago where a person did that. They wrote music based on the descriptions of music from their fort. It was a neat little kind of beat and melody. Yeah, I mean, it was from like midway through last year. Like it was from quite a while ago. Like anywhere in the last 6 to 8 months, but even though they look like Pop-Tarts, Animal. You really need to make some arbitrary choices yourself, but you think it'd be fun? It's possible. It's possible. I mean, you could, in theory, write poetry based on the rules of the form, although I know nothing about writing poetry. I kind of wish that it would, like, generate sheet music, but that would make things too easy. And probably also would be too weird. But I kind of wish that it would generate sheet music. Like, imagine if it generated sheet music. That would just be great. But I don't know. I feel like there's things I'd love to see Tarn work on, and on one hand, the music generation shit's really fucking cool, but that's not the stuff I need to see Tarn work on. I think the music and the dance kind of gives enough flavor right now without needing too much more. It is really cool seeing them like sing and dance though. Whoop. Telling a story. Vinsati's telling the story of how a dwarf Bastet became the militia commander of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Was our militia commander for like 120 years too. Not quite 120. It was for about 100 years. I'm just curious to see all the little small things that Tarn does while he's bored of working on UI for the next version. You know, like I'm very curious to see all the little features that get added. Which is why I'm totally fine with it taking a very long time. Totally am. All right, I'm going to take a real quick toilet break while the game's saving. I'll be back in less than a minute. It's real nice when the dwarves just kind of put on a show. Although we're careening towards springtime once again. Which means we're going to have to deal with more dwarves dying, potentially. Hey, look, a dead kangaroo, I think. That red K coming in on the side of the door. Or by the little stairwell. Just went up the stairs. Vinsati's now telling the story about how the Ignited Creation... Merchants from the Ignited Creation visited the eternal adventure of time in Longdeath. I didn't know they could tell stories about that. I did not know that they could tell stories like that. About how specific trade caravans visited. But yeah, no, I think that there are many games that have systems that could be looked at and be like, yeah, that's kind of like Dwarf Fortress in a way. And The Sims is kind of one of them. But at the same time, it's also a... Not surprised. Man, Stronghold Warlords went down to mixed. Oh boy. Well, that's unfortunate. Kind of starting to be happy that I kind of just stepped back and went, on Stronghold Warlords. That's upsetting. I really, really, really want a Stronghold game that is good. But they just don't seem to be able to do it anymore. Chat, do you have any franchises that are like something that you loved when you were younger, but every single time they've tried to do that since, they've done a bad job, and you just kind of look at them now and you just go, I'm good. I'll pass. I will pass. Poet of Phrases is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Confederacy of Sport. We really like the music from the Confederacy of Sport. I mean, they only did one. Well, okay. They did two after one. Wait, what? The liaison is here? But, like, your caravan left, like, 2 months ago. Why are you here? 2 seasons ago, even. All right. Cool. Call of Duty, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Did you hear that they put out a Roller Coaster Tycoon clicker? Exclusively on Huawei's App Store. Which is like the most exclusive thing you can fucking do. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Weird. Yeah, I mean, Age of Empires 1 and 2, both great games, and Age of Empires 3. I remember playing Age of Empires 3 and enjoying it. Like, I genuinely enjoyed Age of Empires 3, but I know it's nowhere near as good as the others. Like, I enjoyed it because it was, like, one of 3 games that I had at the time, not because it was a good game. Cool. Most dwarves are sleeping, socializing, or studying. SimCity? Yeah. God. Although that, at the very least with SimCity, like, they haven't continued making them. Right? Like, they killed SimCity, but they killed it, right? They haven't continued making it. I know that they're up to, like, Heroes of Might and Magic 7 now, aren't they? Like, I swear to God, those games come out, like, every couple of years, and I'm like, oh, right, they made another one. And then I read 1 or 2 reviews, and it's like, it's trash! And then I just forget that they exist again. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is like an esport still. That was one of the aspects you didn't like. I remember hating that too. I do remember hating that. But the only reason I liked Age of Empires 3, in my opinion, is it was one of like 3 games I had at the time. So I was Stockholm syndromed with that game where it was like, yeah. Heroes of Might and Magic 7 is mediocre. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like every single one I've looked into since 3 has just been mediocre. Like, that's the response. It's like, it's okay. It's playable. 3 is better. Until I hit 1,000 years in game. We are at year 178. Year 1005, so probably the rest of the year. Why do you ask? Are you bored as shit of it? That's understandable. I played 2 and 3, and I loved 3, and I haven't played any of the rest. You just forgot? Oh, yeah, no, 1,005 years is the end target, and we're at 178. But I've been taking breaks. Also, I just realized, tonight I have to set up the Super Mario Brothers mod. Because tomorrow's Mario Day. So tomorrow we're going to be playing Mario. Mario Fortress. So that'll be fun. So we'll be playing the Mushroom Kingdom mod for Dwarf. Yeah, I need to figure out how that mod works because I've never installed it before. So hopefully it's an easy setup. I'm sure it's not too bad. 3 and 5 are your favorite. You sometimes go back and 4 and 2 as well. See, like, I don't know. I was never one of those. I was never a huge fan of the franchise outside of 3. So and from what I can tell, the community for Heroes of Might and Magic just kind of agrees that 3 is the best, and it's the one that people play the most. So it's the most actively played one still. But then again, I also insist that the best Civ is Civ 2, so maybe I'm not the person to talk to about this shit. Yep. Yep, it's a thing. Roller Coaster Tycoon story. I guess I just hope that my stream team is having fun with Stronghold Warlords because a bunch of them are playing it. When you can't run Newer Might and Magic? Aren't those games like just a map? How do you not run New Might and Magic? Like, how crappy a computer does your friend have? Like, that's genuinely a question. So either those games are horrendously optimized or your friend has a netbook. Because those games are like, it's like Civ. It should just run. Although maybe it's an XCOM situation where it's like, how fucking hard is it to load a goddamn map? Hoping it'll load. Oh no. That seems mighty strange. He's lucky he can't play them. See, there you go, right there. Although, I'll be honest, I've had many people bug me over the years to play Heroes of Might and Magic. I'm fucking intimidated about that game. What year are we on, Narf? We are in year 178. 178. Also, I don't know if you've seen it, Narf, but I put out a really big video about Jupiter Hell. Low-key kind of want to do that about Caves of Cud one day. One day. Not yet. One day. Give me another 2 years to learn Caves of Cud properly. But, yeah, year 178, meaning we are a long way to go. This fort? About that. Hopefully not that long. Here's the thing, though. There's been... Uh-oh. Tele is tantruming again. God damn it. I might just expel Tele. Sorry, Tele. But, there's been periods where I've slowed down a lot on this. I could very much accelerate this fortress. Like, I do about 2 years a day. A year is about an hour and a half in-game to 2 hours at the rate I play. I could accelerate it if I really wanted to. I could do 7 hours a day or longer. I could do marathons and longer. and I could do there's like 3 ways in my head I could accelerate it. I could do marathons. I could. Now, did you get? No, you didn't actually commit any official crimes. How bad are you? You're pretty far gone. You know, I think I'm just going to expel this dwarf. Well, oh, never mind. Then I'd also have to expel my broker. And I don't want to also expel Cutis, so I think I'll keep you. Hopefully you don't commit too many more crimes. Or you go become a vampire. That could be fun. Anyway, what was I saying? Yes, this fort is something that I will probably be playing for the rest of 2021. Oh, sorry to, like, state this, Banana, but Dwarf Fortress kind of already is my full-time job. This is my full-time job. In case you didn't notice, I play Dwarf Fortress about 5 to 6 hours a day, so that is already a full-time job. On average, I stream about 60 hours a week. Ish. 55 to 60 hours a week I stream. And that's just streaming. That's not counting any editing. Last week, I probably did a 120-hour work week because of the Jupiter Hell video. All my other games, not true. I could have dedicated days. If I were to do Longdeath 4 days a week, 7 hours a day, and have 2 days for other games, that would progress time faster than what I'm currently doing. I would go nuts, but I could do it. Basically, if I won't be doing this for 3 more years. I will probably be doing this for the rest of this year. Because there will be periods where I will play a lot more of this. And I have a few ideas for days where I could just marathon this and extend the amount of time I put into it every day. There's a few ways I could do that. But this already is, Dwarf Fortress already is my full-time job, or it's part of my full-time job. How's that? It already is that. I love the way this temple turned out. It's so fucking cool. Very much just giving these dwarves a break. Hey, look, they're discussing water displacement. And Dragon Man is reading, "Is it the dwarves?" Question mark. Praying, praying, praying. Sowing seeds, praying, praying, praying. I don't know. I disagree with you, Banana. It's already a full-time job. Just the amount that I think about this game and the amount that I follow this game and the amount of stuff I do off stream about this game, I easily think about and work on Dwarf Fortress related things 8 hours a day. Easily. Because my work day is about 10 or 11 hours right now. About 10 or 11 hours right now. Yeah, no, I kind of, it's funny because, like, I've been pretty blunt about how those interviews are not financially viable, yet at the same time I've got, like, 5-6 games in my head that I'm just going, like, yeah, I'm targeting that. Like, that's next. That I want to cover as heavily as Jupiter Hell. Also, I'm planning a sequel to the Jupiter Hell video. Well, not quite a sequel, but there's another thing that we basically didn't cover in that video at all due to time constraints that I want to talk about. But we'll probably do that closer to summer. Or in a month or two, when I actually have the mental capacity to do that again. Because that was just so much fucking time. 51 hours of editing time. 51 hours. Merchant Tele B has become a student of the Scholar Trees. Well, maybe we won't expel you, Tele. Although you are content after discussing foraging behavior. You know, you really wanted to learn. You really value like learning and scholarly tasks. I make you a scholar, and then you never do any scholarly tasks. So now you're all of a sudden kind of happy about, you know, doing scholar things. Maybe you should just do scholar things, Dwarf. Wouldn't that be a genius move? Might almost be better for you. Stupid goddamn Dwarf. Trying to think of other game franchises that I used to love. Oh, you know what's a game franchise that I fucking loved? The first one, fucking loved the second one, and then the third one was like, what the fuck? And then every single thing since then, I've just hated it progressively more and more and more and more and more. Fucking Far Cry, man. I loved the first Far Cry. That first game was fucking cool. It was one of the coolest games ever, just period, back when I played that. Loved that game. Loved the second one too. Badass game. So much fucking fun. Everything that they've done after that has just been like progressively more and more and more just why? Why are you still torturing this poor corpse of what once was a cool franchise? I'd recommend you play Far Cry 2 if you ever wanted to play that kind of game again, because Far Cry 2 is very similar to Far Cry 1. Less fantastical, more believable. Why are you wearing old clothing? You're not. Oh, you felt bitter remembering wearing old clothing. Well, you're not wearing old clothing. Get over it, you whiny bastard. Far Cry, I loved the first half of Far Cry 3. Far Cry 3 is like the game that cured me from like video game marketing, I guess. I don't know. Far Cry 3 I was so fucking excited for. I was sold on all of their preview material. I was sold on everything that they were advertising and everything that they were showing about that game. I was so excited. I want to say it was given to me for my birthday even. Like it came out like right before my birthday and I got it early. I was so excited and I played it and I was like, this is the most... I loved it for the first half of it, and then they killed Voss, and then after that I was like, this is pointless actually. Why? And I started to see the loops of the game and I was just like, I never finished it. I haven't played a Far Cry game since. It's hard to remember as a series that got worse because that means they disappoint, and I don't remember things that disappoint you. Man, I wish I didn't remember things that disappointed me. I wish I didn't remember things that disappointed me. Like, I wish I was capable of forgetting things that disappointed me, if that makes any sense. I just don't forget things. I just have a really good memory, I guess. Wait, what? How do you be a plump helmet person, become a necromancer, and then die of old age? I thought necromancers are immortal. Are plump helmet necro people not immortal? What? I have several questions. Several. On, like, the long-term life expectancy of a plump helmet. But yeah, no, that's weird. I wonder if mushroom... How long do mushroom people live in Dwarf Fortress, Finn? Do you know? Because I'm wondering maybe there's something to do with their lifespan that they can't become immortal. Tele B the merchant is throwing a tantrum again. Again. How about Abe? Well, you've been improving a little bit, but also some negatives. Well, some things are making your life better. There you go. There's a disorderly conduct charge. Hey, Lump. We're watching a dwarf tantrum. She could save others from death, but not herself. Wamp, wamp. Although I'll bet... That's some real intense research right there. Although I'll bet someone could probably resurrect her, in theory. Oh, is that what you were talking about? Yeah, no, there's way more enemies spawn on hard. Have you ever tried Nightmare, Crastator? Because then enemies respawn. Unless you give them. Like, it's straight up infinitely respawning enemies. Off to prison with you again. You're not sure you want to touch Nightmare? Nightmare is really difficult. I've got a few successful Nightmare runs. I've never won on Nightmare, though. That is one of my to-do things, because I think there's an achievement attached to it, but it's supposed to be unfair. That's the whole point. It's Nightmare where you really have to run away from enemies half the time, because you just get overwhelmed. Guilty after being confined. Man, if only you would just accept the prison sentence and enjoy the beautiful statue next to you. Feels fondness remembering making a friend. Aw, you poor soul. Who's your friend? Zacky's your friend. This dwarf is friends with the fucking human who comes by once a year. That's the only friend that this dwarf has, is the human who comes by once a year who's about to fucking die. Really? That's interesting, Banana. Also, what do you mean their new business model? Then release a fixed edition? I mean, you know, can I be honest? I like what Larian does as a studio, but I'm very confused as to why they keep releasing games into early access, because their games are selling well enough that they could probably just pay for a QA studio. It's like, it makes sense for a small dev to release stuff in early access, but Larian feels a bit too big. Like, the fact that Baldur's Gate released as an early access game, and a lot of people that I know are just like, yeah, I'm buying Baldur's Gate to support Larian, but I'm not actually going to stream it yet. It's like, wait, what? But, like, Larian has bajillions of dollars. What? Like, just wait until the fucking thing's done. They'll finish it. Don't worry. It's just weird to me. Like, that shit's strange. Like, that game looks really good. Baldur's Gate specifically, but... And I'm sure it's probably a great game already. And totally playable, but... It just perplexes me as, like, why they need to do that. Yeah, no, totally, Crastator. I mean, like, I've definitely, like, heard as much from people that I know who bought it in early access, but, like, that's the excuse that I see from a lot of people who bought it in early access is, oh, I'm buying it to support Larry, and it's like, but, like, do they need it? I don't get it. What mistakes? If you could give me any specific big ones. I mean, here's the thing, right? Games are cheap compared to a lot of hobbies, right? Games are cheap, and games are cheaper than they've ever been. So I'm totally fine with spending money on games, right? So releasing, like, definitive editions and upgrade packages and big expansion packs, I'm totally fine with. Nickel and diming I don't like, and, loot boxes I'm not okay with. Any gambling mechanics I'm not okay with. Any random chance mechanics I'm not okay with. But like selling a game at full price and releasing big expansions and giving out definitive editions, I will never be bothered by that. That's not something I'm ever going to bother me. Yeah, that's what it seems like. That does definitely seem to be what it is. But, you know, that's also totally fair. Banana could consider something a mistake and they wouldn't fix it and then move on. I mean, I think it's really dumb that they released it in early access, but those games are definitely received well and people definitely like them. So, I don't know. If I'd necessarily call them mistakes, maybe it's just, like you said, things that a certain person doesn't like. The Dwarf Goats III Seed Knife became the mayor of the eternal adventure of time. The Great Sock Boy. I need to send this to Goats. The memory lives on of the dwarf that demanded I make him 1,000,000 socks. But yeah, no, if Banana is talking about like the selling of the game in early access, I kind of agree. That will always strike me as a little bit odd. Like to me, early access is always, or not necessarily should be, but is like something that smaller developers should take advantage of. I've never fully understood why large developers take advantage of it. That just feels a little bit like selling a half-finished product. It's like, it makes sense to me why a small dev who maybe can't afford a QA team would go that route. That's what that seems to make sense for. But like a developer the size of Larian just feels kind of redundant to me. But maybe I'm super off base. I don't know. How's that dwarf doing? How you doing down there? Still shit? Fair enough. At least you felt gratitude after receiving water. Those light blue ones are very good. But it's still a long ways off. You don't get why people would have a problem with it? I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's weird. But like it's just very different, I guess. Because like there's ways to get early feedback as a big developer, right? You pay for QA and you have closed betas or closed alphas. Or free open alpha. Yeah, I mean like there's many ways to get feedback without releasing and selling an unfinished product. And when you're a developer like that big, it is certainly possible and certainly viable to do it that way. I just think that is odd. That's like, I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's weird. Does that make sense? I don't know if that line makes sense, but there's a difference between like being mad that something is developed the way it is and being weirded out by it. Because I'm certainly not mad that they went the early access route. I won't play it, but I might play it when they release it. I don't know why anybody would want to play an unfinished RPG, but, you know, maybe EA Games should have gone early access with fucking Anthem, and then people would have actually played it. To me, it reads, when a developer releases a finished game, it reads like, we spent time making a thing, we've released a thing, and we enjoy what we've made, and we have faith in this thing to release the thing. Whereas when you release an unfinished thing, to me it reads like, we don't know what we're trying to do, and we need help from you to design it, because we don't know what you want. That's what it reads like. That's the difference there. For me, anyway. From the outside looking in. It may not always be that way, but that's how it looks from the point of view of someone who would purchase a video game. Numerous UX and UI problems that demonstrate the battle loop problems. Some monsters getting further slow, making the battles 20 minutes longer. That sucks. Common soft locks. Party members can continue to walk into dart traps. I'm trying to... You literally can't earn resurrection scrolls. The underlying game engines runs entirely in XML, really. It's large files and obvious glitches. Huh. Weird. All right. Cool. Their promise to resolve those problems never brought to task, and they will never fix those problems because they don't want to. I doubt it's because they don't want to. I wouldn't ascribe that on them. But, sure. That sucks, though. It sucks that you've had such a shitty experience with those games. At least it's better than releasing a 1.0 game at AAA Most of them are worse than early access. That's not just like factually incorrect. Be like that's very much just not true. Most games release in totally playable states, right? Like, look at any major release recently. Like, yes, we always remember the really shitty ones, and yes, there are really shitty major releases. Like, The Crew 2 was an awful release. At least it's better than releasing a 1.0 game, full AAA price in a state, worse than most early access games. Sure, that's what I read. I didn't read it all wrong. That's literally what I read. Most games release fine. Most games are fine. Some games are bad, but most games are fine. I totally did not read it wrong. But okay. I don't need that stockpile there anymore. What happened to the soldier? You just fell down. Did you just trip? I know nothing about XML, so everything that you're saying is just Greek to me. Only that some of them are? Sure. But here's the thing. I would argue it's worse, from my point of view, to release a high-budget AAA-styled game in early access than it is to release a shitty game. And the reason I think that, personally, this is me opinion, okay? Please stop trying to explain programming to me. I don't care. Banana. It is me opinion, right? Me opinion is this. If you release a game into early access and you're a big company with big budgets that can afford testers, that can afford running an alpha, that can afford having closed testers, that can afford all of that stuff, if you're doing that and you're releasing your game in early access, to me that reads, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. We don't know what we're developing. We don't know what you want. So you tell us what you want. That's what that reads to me. I don't like that. I never will. At least if they release a broken thing, they had a vision and they had enough fucking balls to release it. Or they had a publisher who didn't let them get to their vision. But they must have had a vision. But they don't want to pay testers? Yes, and that's why it's shit. This is exactly why I'm saying I hate it when big companies release games in early access. It's like you're taking advantage of a system that is more targeted towards smaller teams who can't afford those things. I can't stand that. It bothers the crap out of me. It's like, well, okay, it makes sense why a studio like Grinding Gears Games would have released Path of Exile in early access. But if Blizzard turned around and fucking released Diablo 3 tomorrow in early access, that would be weird. Because it's like, okay, clearly you have no idea what you're making, right? It makes sense for something like Torchlight 3 to be in early access. Because it's a small-ish game. But if Diablo released in early access, that would be weird. Well, maybe Torchlight 3 is even too big. I don't know. Torchlight 3 looks bad, so whatever. But like it's very much a weird situation for me. Like reading that. Like it's like it makes sense for Cogmind to be in early access, right? But your problem is that big companies don't want to pay testers and release it in full price and full of bugs. No, you and me have the exact same problem. You're just wording it differently. We agree then. We literally agree. It's the same problem. Yeah, and I wish they would stop doing that, Zanny. Straight up. I wish they would stop. You can just afford to make a video game, so make a video game and release a finished product like everybody else. You know, do like what the fucking Wasteland team did. Like Wasteland came out. They made Wasteland 3. Did it launch perfectly? No, but like In Exile put that thing out and it was good. People bought it. And they moved on. And that's no Wasteland game has ever sold as well as a Larian RPG. And I have way more respect for releasing Wasteland as a finished product than releasing Baldur's Gate 3 in early access. Also, Wasteland 3, just at a glance, seems to have done better than Wasteland 2 did, so. I don't know. It's just such a fucking weird thing. Pathfinder Kingmaker did just fine. Like, it had, like, mixed-ish reviews at launch due to balancing problems, but, like, they worked on it, and people seem to like it. I don't know. Video games are weird. The only Divinity game I've ever played was Divinity Dragon Commander, and I fucking loved it. Was it good? Eh. Did I love it? Yes. Was the carry? No, it wasn't. That game was a critical and financial failure, if I remember correctly, and almost destroyed their company. Yeah, no, it was a financial failure. Critical and financial failure. Yes, but they work on those games, right? Like, I remember when Wasteland 3 came out, it had mixed reviews due to poor balancing, but they worked on it over the course of a year and made it better, which I have way more respect for than releasing a game in early access. Like, that game would actually make a little bit more sense coming out in early access, but they're also were also a much smaller company. Now they're owned by Microsoft, so who the fuck knows? So it's just easier to release it to the public and just let the public post on forums about things that are busted, be like, is what you're saying. QA is the punching bag of the games industry, unfortunately. It really very much is. It fucking sucks. Good QA is the only reason we get good games sometimes. They're just all part of the same team, Crustader. I mean, Cyberpunk had, from what I can tell, from what I've read, Cyberpunk had a lot more problems than just the management saying, all right, it's time to release the game, boys. Cyberpunk had a lot more problems than just that, but yes. That is a recent example of a game being busted. Three out of 5? Dude, 3 out of 5 is like the equivalent of saying a game is garbage. But no, Divinity Dragon Commander is the reason they went to Kickstarter for the original Sin games. Because they were about to go out of business. Straight up. They were about to go out of business. I remember when all of that was happening. Nothing interesting. But I want to keep the elves happy. I want them to bring more stuff, so send them value. I mean, I didn't buy Cyberpunk because I thought that game looked bad before it came out. And apparently I just have a sixth sense for garbage from a distance. And just completely skipped that whole thing. Placing blame on anybody, Bilug, in the games industry is always so foolish because it's usually a comedy of errors of various forms of mismanagement from different people. Because so many people work on video games, it's so hard to say whose fault it is. If it ever goes on sale for $5, I mean, I'm pretty sure The Witcher's been $5, so give it 10 years. We'll get there. Wraith of the Righteous. I don't even know what that is. I need to look that up. What is Wrath of the Righteous? Oh, it's another Pathfinder game. Okay. I didn't realize they were making another Pathfinder game. The more you know. Oh, it does look pretty. Interesting. Telebi is wandering around obliviously. Let's give you weaving. Let's go to jobs real quick. Unsuspend both of those jobs. And add in those two. You do realize that Cyberpunk is more or less just first-person Watch Dogs, right? With a slightly more post-apocalyptic area and somehow less mature writing. What's up, Picture Point? How's things? I don't know what Grove Street is, or Grove Street. We're just, like, chatting. I mean, Watch Dogs 2 had a very positive reception, but I don't know. I only played the first one, and it was trash, so... A friend of mine gifted me the first one to try and play online with him, and yeah, it was garbage. Absolute garbage. But from what I could tell, the second Watch Dogs had a pretty damn positive release. I don't know about the third one, but I kind of forgot the third one came out. Didn't bother looking at 2. The second one was very well received and did very well. So yeah, if you never looked at the second one, I don't... Yeah, see, 82% positive reviews on Steam, 44,000 of them for Watch Dogs 2. It very much kind of embraces its goofy. Still had problems. Like, I'm not saying it was a perfect game, but I know that people liked Watch Dogs 2 a lot. I know that the people who played that game really liked it. That sucks, B-Log. I'm sorry. It's a shame it'll never get ported up. Just fucking run it with HD textures in an emulator. It'll look just fine. Was Hover any good? It's $5. 75% off. Mostly positive. Because I know that this is the Jet Set Radio people, isn't it? I don't know if this game's any good. Don't quote me on it, but like I remember when it was kickstarted, and I know it came out early access recently, and it's $5. So, well, hey, at least you're done. Pilot, at least you're done. Yeah, I don't know if Hover's any good, but it's cheap, so there's that. Understand the concept of love. Yes. Quality soundtrack. If you want another soundtrack like that, fuck, what was the name of the fighting game where you play baseball and smack each other with balls? Lethal League. Lethal League guy did the soundtrack on Lethal League 2 has the same dude who did music for Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future. So if you want more of that kind of music, I'm almost tempted to get Hover. At $5, I'm kind of almost tempted to just fucking try it. Why not? That's definitely like the I don't need to... Even worse, too, you were so happy when you watched the trials for Cyberpunk, the trailers for Cyberpunk, and you saw the phrase release date when it's ready. For me, it was like, oh, it's going to be a good name. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw them, but the documentaries that NoClip did about The Witcher had me feeling good about Cyberpunk, but clever marketing, I guess. But at the same time, like, it's not like Cyberpunk was a failure. The thing sold fucking 10 million copies. And it's not even available on a major platform. Like, financially, that game did just fine. Absolutely A-okay. They may be getting sued by their investors, or at least were getting sued. I don't know if they're still getting sued. But, like, they're absolutely fine. I've listened to very, very, very many Street Fighter soundtracks over the years. And yeah, I do play fighting games. I'm just horrendous at them and don't stream them. But I've definitely played Street Fighter at friends' houses and shit. Yep. Yep. Yep, B-Lug. Which means now every other studio is going, huh, we can release trash and people will buy it anyway, those gullible little shits. This is, you know, I know it probably hurts my stream, but this is why I don't jump on new games constantly. I mean, that's what it is. Or that's what it was kickstarted to be. Banana. Like, that was literally the whole point of it when that game originally released was, hey, they're never going to make another Jet Set Radio, so we're going to make it. Ooh. Taylor just got into a fight with my mare. Hopefully my mare is okay. Walk is walking away, so must be. Taylor. Might need to just lock the door and let you die of thirst. Hasn't even, like... Play a Cyberpunk city building game. What are my thoughts on that? If it's the same one that was brought up earlier, it looks kind of jank. I don't really care. Why do I have to care? There's several Cyberpunk city builders in development right now that I can think of off the top of my head, and none of them look particularly good. It wasn't you, you swear? Uh-huh. Taylor. Always causing trouble. Only indies care that it's good? That's an unfair thing to say, I would say, B-Lug. But to a degree, I would say that a lot of big publishers just care about money and don't care if the actual product they release is any good. Back to lurking. Enjoy your lurks, Hayes. Have you tried that Shrek tile set that B-Lug made? I'd like you to beta test our tile sets for us. Yeah, have you tried that Shrek tile set? Well, okay, so let me scroll up. B-Lug is making us nightmares. There's the B-movie one, and a Shrek one. I'm gonna use those on my birthday. Not about the two others. I mean, the Nicolas Cage got updated. The B-movie one and the Shrek one are new. It's Game Ogre? I don't think so, no. They're just images. But that probably wouldn't be too hard to edit. You have not dared to use them on DF streams. I'm going to use them on my birthday. So I don't know what the number will be, but maybe like every $250 raised for charity, I'll swap to the next tile set. So it's going to be chaos. That's all you really need to know. But that won't be till June, so... We got plenty of time for more dumb tile sets. I think B-Lug said he was working on a Tommy Wiseau Star Wars tile set. It is Cage-tastic, it is, yeah. Nick-tastic. It's going to be real hard to find ramps. It'll be good. I'm going to download the Matrix tile set and the Matrix color set. Which are both pretty old. And of course, some more normal ones. And the other one, yes, and the other one. And I need to just send you all of my emotes to make an emote to toss it out of my emotes. Go nuts. Hayes, do what the fuck you want. We don't own the rights to those images. So, go nuts. Do what you want to do. It's all just fan art. And it's all extremely stupid. Good evening, Stone. I hope you're doing well. Did you just wake up? Still working through those side effects? You just want to see them in action? Yeah, me too, kind of. Maybe just post them on the Discord. Felt fondness talking with a friend. Taylor is kind of the star of the show today. Dwarf improved persuasion. I do wonder how you train persuasion. I think it's getting close to food times for me, chat. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge. I'll be back in a sec.
It's a unit system. I know this.
Nuclear vessels.
Cheers. And thank you much to those of you who have those sound commands. You're the people who keep me stable here. Slipped into depression again, Taylor. Slipped into depression again. How is Cutest doing? Because Cutest is Taylor's or wife, and she seems to be doing just fine. You think you'd go, like, you know, comfort your husband who's, like, spazzing out and attacking the mayor and all that shit? I think it's just Sir, isn't it? Because I feel like knights are inherently sexist. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just Sir. Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like your sleep cycle kind of got screwed up last week, so it's understandable. Person with sword. Yes, that's very accurate. Well, I mean, I used to call Drill Sergeant Sir, regardless of whether or not it was boy or girl, when I was in cadets. And I'm pretty sure that's the way that works. So I would assume it's the same thing. Sir is a title, not a gender addressal anyway. I think I'm pretty sure in history you couldn't be knighted I'm not sure why Mad Hijinks got put in prison. I probably missed something, but is repentant after being confined, in awe near completely sublime restraint, pleasure near a fine container, pleasure near a very good fine statue. And you're satisfied remembering a masterwork. So basically, is on vacation and is thrilled about it. Dame is the equivalent? Huh. Dame is the equivalent of sir. Yeah, but in 2021, though, is dame the equivalent of sir for female? Because that would also then just be addressing somebody as a female, specifically. So if you want to not address their gender, but also address a knight, question mark. I'm pretty sure it's just sir is what you would use. Yes, that is how you say knight in female animal. Yeah, but that immediately makes knights or dames sexist. So what you'd want to do, if you want to address a knight without addressing gender, I would just say sir. But I don't know if that's right. I'm not very good at this shit, so I'm probably not the person to ask. That's what I will say. Are you saying that because you've been playing so much Mordhau? Is that where this came from, Picture Point? Because I'll tell you this, there's no impolite way to address somebody after you've cut their head off. That's just irrelevant at that point. We have too many words already. Do we really need more? Like, come on. Also, that's not inventing a new word. That's using a different word for the same purpose. I'm quite partial to the English language is a clusterfuck already. Let's not make it worse, right? That's what I'm quite partial to. What next, Lord Stone? Stone the Boss Almighty. Holy God. Counter of stuff in my forts. Is your full title. Counter of Things is the most important title. Lord Stone of Seashore's Wall. Now you just need to make a pillow fort and call it Seashore's Wall. And then you can be Lord Stone of your pillow fort. Rough-hewn granite wall. Is granite really that dark? Huh. Guess so. I'm more doing this for the gems than anything. As I'm gonna need more of those for windows up top. We through the snowy season? Yes, we're into late spring. I can start, wait, actually, are we getting buzzarded? No, but there is a single great horn owl. Man, Ettins, make baby Ettins, please. Find your lack of baby Ettins disturbing. Well, it's one of those times where I drop a shit ton of subs. Or rather, shit ton of sub points. I think I know what happened a month ago. Because dwarfs don't have knights. There are no knights in Dwarf Fort. Or at least not in the traditional sense. Taleby is throwing a tantrum. Yeah, I know. But, like, there's not much I can do. For a split second there, I thought my mayor was in prison. I was like, how the fuck did that happen? All right, let's get to construction. Yeah, again, I almost expelled you, but you're married to Cutest Ghost, who's a pretty good dwarf for the fort, so... You're just the one in the batch that is broken, unfortunately. It's almost impossible to go without. Yeah, I don't know, sucks, Mel. This is not my area of expertise, and it's a subject I try to avoid, to be completely blunt, so I have no idea. But that's more for personal reasons than anything that I'd rather not get into. All right, well, how many ramps do I want going up the side of this? Kind of less, I think. You know, I think I'm going to do rose gold ramps. We're going to do pink ramps. It's not a topic I'll shut down when it comes up, really, Socks. It's more just a... It's one of those topics because of my personal experiences, it backs me into a corner, and I don't like it. So, if you guys want to talk it out, go ham, but don't really expect me to have much to say on the subject. Yes, a very good duck. Yes, and I have put it in with the chickens, so it gets to live with the chickens. I'm much more excited about the tame hedgehog. Now we have 2 hedgehogs in the fort. Yeah, I never said you were, Socks. I was just simply expressing my statement of the avoiding of the topic for myself. Trust me, if you were pushing things, you would have gotten a very different response from me. Hello, Super Alan. What's up? Oh, crap. I need to make more diorite. Cool. I got tons of diorite. Just a matter of cutting it. It's just a really stressful subject for me. It's just a really stressful subject for me. You know, if you're ever confused about how I act on my stream, just go watch Excessive Profanity on Twitch, the streamer, and just realize that I've always just kind of operated under a very similar wavelength to how he deals with shit. The difference is he has thousands of people watching, and I have like 100 or so on a good day. So it's much easier for him to just tell somebody to fuck off and go away and never come back. Whereas it's much more difficult for me to say that. So I'm similarly as blunt. But I have to be smarter about how I'm blunt. Well, not smarter, but I have to be careful, I guess. But I've always been blunt and will always be blunt. Ducks are just dragons in their minds. They're trying really hard. Okay, you gotta give them more credit. Oh, also, Stony, you missed a kind of funny event. The dwarves arrived to trade, and a wolverine attacked one of their horses. The horse kicked the wolverine in the head, and its head exploded, and then the dwarves left without trading. And then 2 seasons later, the outpost liaison agreed to trade stuff for next year. Also, the dwarf that was missing yesterday came back, finally, with a bunch more dwarves. But a magically evolved duck? That sounds like a Skyrim mod. Aqua. All dragons are now just giant ducks. Sounds like a Skyrim mod to me. Found friends? Those don't exist. Stop lying. Friends used to exist in like 2019 and early 2020. Then they disappeared off into the ether and haven't seen any of them in a very long time. I refuse to believe that they exist. Yep, it's my life. Banana. It's my life. And it's now or never, and I don't want to live forever, because it sucks. Wolverines got hungry? Yeah, they did. They tried to eat Horsey, and it didn't work. I mean, that song is not great, so I don't know how a cover of a not great song could be anything better than not great, but I'll believe you. Because Bon Jovi is not great. I would rather just listen to a unique Russian folk song, because I like Russian folk, but I don't want to listen to a Russian folk cover of Bon Jovi. Also, you do realize that like Nirvana and Red Hot Chili Peppers sound like dad rock now, right? You do realize that, right? I always did. That's not true. That is not true. You watch your whore mouth. Hey man, I like some dad rock. You're talking to somebody who owns multiple vinyl records that are dad rock, so I've heard people call Led Zeppelin dad rock, for fuck's sake. I own multiple Led Zeppelin records. You okay there, Zachy? You are panicking. Are you coming back or are you just leaving? No, you're coming back. All right. It's for me. It's more of just a I don't like covers thing. I was listening to the White Stripes this morning. I'm not sure if I'd necessarily call it dad rock, but that's definitely like high school girl music. Probably saw a Drake and got confused about what it was. Okay. See, nothing Journey ever did was good. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I don't really like Journey. Please don't uncomfortably internally search me. That sounds like I need more alcohol. Pilot. That reads really weird. They really want toys. Interesting. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. All right, well, let's sell them some toys. Well, actually, nah. Let's just stick to the simple stuff. It's both of those are uncomfortable as a sentence, and yes, I did misread it. There we go. Guess I can sell them the toys and just make some more toys. No. Katsu. I will just skip the whole process, ideally. And the humans have arrived. This is full of kids right now? It must be. It must be, because they really do want toys. That emote is terrifying. Because everybody in anime to me just looks like they're 11 years old. So that emote in that context is terrifying. Make sure somebody sees it. Also use pedestals. Put them in public spaces. Chain a dog up next to it. Put it in your military room, but put them on a pedestal. Okay, if you don't have glass. I keep selling chestnut chests. I have so many chestnut chests. If they're standing next to it, when the person takes it, they will see it. Otherwise, they'll just notice it's missing and the person will hide it on their person. If they're still on the map, you can check all your visitors, and if they have it in their inventory, then you can get it from them. But ideally, the best thing to just do is have a guard dog. Just chain a dog up next to it, or a cat or something that would see it. And put cage traps around, because they'll get caught in a cage trap if somebody sees them in the act. Or a guard chicken, or a guard duck. Guard duck. Very, very fearsome guard duck, ideally. I'll sell all the clay, because I'm not actually making anything out of it. It's worthless that I have it. Can sell that. There's still a bunch of these empty cages because I got a bunch of cages I'm not really using. Yeah, you just need to take it out of the cage. But if it's a cow, the cow will starve to death in the cage. Yeah, so like if you have a horse or a cow in a cage, it's probably dead. Even though the game will probably still register it as alive, but if you go to take it out of the cage, they'll see it's dead. Yeah, no, animals in cages still need to eat. So if you have a grazing animal in a cage, the same amount of time as like a normal grazing animal. So like if a grazing animal is just left to walk around your fort, it'll die in the same amount of time as it would as if it was left in a cage. Yeah, so you've got a lot of dead animals in those cages if you've got a bunch of dead animal cages or animals with cages or animals in cages. That's the sentence I'm trying to say. So, yeah, you need to get those out of there. I have absolutely no idea. Stone. I have absolutely no idea. You might as well be saying, like, guess a number between 1 and 10,000. I have no idea. Perhaps chat may know. How many pieces of pig cheese do you think that the human factions have given me over the span of Longdeath, chat? Pig cheese, yes. Common style of cheese in Dwarf Fortress. There we go. Got a bunch more shit to get rid of. Cheese makes really high quality meals. So if you want really high quality meals, you should make cheese sometimes. It's actually kind of a life hack to embark with a bunch of milk and then immediately make cheese because you get a bunch of free barrels from them. And also really high quality meals. So if you embark with like one of every milk type, you'll just start off with a bunch of barrels. So if you're going somewhere with no trees, it's actually kind of a good idea to embark with one of every milk that your faction has access to. Like and subscribe. Did you make that up, Armor? Because that's pretty good. What do you call a YouTuber that's also a werewolf? Like and subscribe. I wonder how text-to-speech would read that, actually. If anybody has a resub today, pop that in there. I want to know. I want to know how the text-to-speech lady would read that. No, you definitely can't make cheese if they're dead. And they are definitely dead. I once had a dead cat in my tavern, and I couldn't figure out how to get this dead cat out of my tavern. And it was in my tavern for literally years. And then eventually I realized it was forbidden. And this wasn't in this fort. This was in a fort a long time ago. Long time ago. It was forbidden, and it was on a single tile of a corpse stockpile. I had a one-tile corpse stockpile. So it was where it was supposed to be. And it was forbidden because it was technically outside because of where it was. Because there was like a hole in the ceiling above it. So it was literally sitting on a 1x1 stockpile for a corpse. And the dwarves thought it was outside, so they wouldn't get rid of it. A council of men have given us 115 pig cheese. Fuck, that's a lot of pig cheese. That's actually a lot of pig cheese. But Armor, how have you been, man? How's things been, dude? You watch that Flea Market Madness? I caught it live when it was premiering. It was kind of weird. I actually woke up, like, looked at YouTube, and it's like, that's premiering in 2 minutes. I was like, oh, hey, I'll watch that. It's Flea Market Madness. We'll see you later, Aqua. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thanks for watching this stream. And thanks for the 150 bits earlier. One of 2 notifications today. Cheers. We'll see you when we see you. A little bit later tonight, we're going to be taking a look, or rather, I'm going to be taking a look at a game I've never really played before, which is Dungeon Man. It's a game I've owned for a very long time, but never played. Because that is a Patreon game this month. Look at all that stuff we got rid of. Absolutely glorious. There's so much stuff getting put away right now. So much stuff. You know, that they don't... Okay, either they don't like pig cheese, so they're just giving us all of it, or they really like pig cheese, and it's an honor that they are bestowing us with their mastercraft. High quality. Perfectly aged. Amazingly, but I don't know where I'm going with this. Perfectly aged pig cheese. You know, like it's either a holy shit, they're giving us this awful pig cheese because they don't like it, or it's actually just the best pig cheese in the known universe, and we should be honored that they are kind enough to give us such a glorious gift. Which one is it? I have no idea, and it is up to us to decide. Enjoy the cheese. I'll do my best. Enjoy the lurks, pilot. Just the usual mega structures. I haven't done anything crazy with engineering. I've been thinking about putting a minecart track around the edge of this, though. Not with an actual minecart on it. Just to give it a neat pattern. Because you can do some fun patterns with minecart tracks. But, I don't know. Just the usual mega structures currently. I don't really have any need for fancy engineering projects. That's kind of part of the problem. If I actually had need for them, then I'd work on those sorts of things, but I don't. They just want cheese for everyone. Yeah, maybe they heard it a couple too many times and took it a bit too hard. You know what I mean? And sometimes you just need cheese for everybody. You're still perfecting your self-refilling water reservoir flood chamber system? I have, I mean...
Cheese for everyone!
It's not the most recent thing, but down here I do have this. This is my windmill. Which goes down here and is literally just a mill. It's powering all my millstones, which I use to make flour once a year or so. We make like 4 or 5 different types of flour. There. That's like the only real engineering project I have. I don't know. I think even like constructing stuff requires engineering skills. Isn't that like kind of the point of engineering? Like, I mean, I guess this is kind of an engineering project. Don't know if I have enough here, but... Yeah, no, I don't. Is engineering with aesthetics? Well, the act of constructing stuff requires engineering. Isn't that kind of the point? I don't have very many rose gold blocks, but I want the top of this roof to be covered in rose gold. You definitely should not be working on construction. Or hauling. So good luck there, Dwarf. Is it going to be domed? Not quite. Partially. I mean, like, this is it. And then we have the upper layer, the upper layer, the upper layer. And then it's going to have a flat roof. So kind of like, starts going in and then it has a flat roof. Making it fully domed would be not too time consuming, but I could do like pictures on it if I do this, if I have a flat roof, right? I could bring different materials in and like punch out squares and replace them and do a little pixel art on the roof, which is probably what I'm going to do. So not fully domed, no. I mean, you could ask Cyrolac about skunk leather, because Cyrolac works in taxidermy. So if you see Cyrolac in chat, you could ask him about taxidermy and skunk leather. I know there's been a few times when I've been making stuff out of leather, and he's like, "Oh, that leather is really brittle, and you'll never actually like, you'd never actually be able to make armor out of X type of leather or something." He's pointed that out a few times. It's always kind of interesting. You have a good night's sleep, Animal. Cheers, man. I actually do have a gem window. So one of the things I'm kind of planning on doing is though that red there is all gem windows. These all gem windows all the way around here. These are finely cut sards. The problem is I ran out of gems after this one window. And I also have these windows down the outside of this. Also made me run out of gems. So I could have fun with gem windows if I had more gems. Wild boat leather. I mean, never underestimate the power of a wild boat. It's a fair warning. And I don't really like doing the multicolored gem windows where you just have like the obnoxious flashing. Like I find that stuff very difficult to deal with. Like visually, I find it really distracting. My sister got mauled by a dinghy once. The funny thing is you might not be joking with that. Like that might be a serious sentence. Or maybe not funny. The scary thing is that might not be a joke. I mean, it's perfectly possible that, you know, your sister may have been swimming and then somebody threw a dinghy at her. That's, I don't know. I see that as a perfectly plausible thing to have happened. But yeah, no, this is going to be our new tavern. So the one down beneath, this little old thing down here. So old. So ancient, so out of date. Will be turned into a bigger kitchen, and this will become the tavern. They have boat hunting off the off of Somalia. That's no. I also want to do more patterns and stuff on the road in here. There's lots of stuff I want to do. Actually, no. I'll bet you we could put some gem windows up here. No. Oh, we put some blue jades. Look at that. That's pretty. Hey, Firefly. How you doing? Also, on the topic of things off the coast of Somalia, Somali Yacht Club. Fantastic band. You want some amazing, like, stoner psych rock and metal? Oh, Somali Yacht Club. One of my favorites. Absolutely fucking fantastic. What are we doing? Midsummer. Year 179. I think 180 was my goal for today, minimum. So, getting close. Through the council, you'll finish the other tributes real fast. Yeah, though, they're all real small. They all real small. Unicorn intestine roast? I'm so excited for that meal. Sounds delicious. Finished forging them iron toys. Hope the child likes them. Because we only have one child in the fort right now. Wouldn't it be cool if children could get attached and name their toys? If children could, like, claim and name their toys and put them in their bedrooms when they grow up and keep them as heirlooms? Like, if you have a particularly greedy child and they just have, like, 700 toys. This one kid just steals all the Lego bricks from the other dwarves. Yeah, that's why I said I was excited about the hedgehog. Yeah. It seemed out of the ordinary for them. I'm sure Jody's thought of it. I'm also pretty sure it would be obnoxious. I'm not going to lie. The player base, unfortunately, dislikes children a lot, which sucks, because kids are really cool in DF. This will force them to walk past these fancy gem windows all the time, which will hopefully be positive moods. Because they literally swarm the fortress. Set up your fort correctly and they won't. They're also literally your most mentally stable and strongest dwarves. If you care for them, of course. I mean, I have one child in this fortress, and I would love to have some more. And I have plenty of space for them. Human bowman completely obliterated an owl. Also, that's a ton of dwarves. You'd never need 250 dwarves, for one thing. Like, you'll never have problems with 250 dwarves. Dude, there's tons of chinchilla fights in this fort. Chinchillas are constantly getting into fights with things. And there we go. There's some gem windows. No, the Dwarf Fortress community dislikes children in Dwarf Fortress because they change the gameplay slightly in a way that portions of the community are not super fond of, which I think is really unfortunate because they're a really cool mechanic. They really, really, really are. And they are a device for such good storytelling. You can do so much with children in Dwarf Fortress if you just let them be, I guess. But unfortunately, the way the meta works, it makes them very unpleasant. And like, really, I've tried the lock them all in a room thing. It's like, sure, they fill up the fortress in some cases, but it's like, if you just let them do as they please, they grow up to be very, very mentally stable, strong dwarves generally. And if they die in an unfortunate accident, well, that sucks, but like, there's more where that came from, you know? Like, quite literally, like, your dwarves will make more. That's fine. They don't really get super distressed if their children die. So, you should have plenty. I don't know. That mindset about children in DF will always perplex me, I guess. I'm going to kind of make a little point. What do you guys think of that? I'm going to make this go up to a point in the middle. The softest of all the wild animal paws to smack you in the face. I'm amazed that throughout construction of this thing, nobody's fallen off of it yet. Like, that's the thing that I'm the most impressed by with this construction, is that no one's fallen off of it yet. There we go. Do you have a way to get it out of your reservoir if they do fall in there? Like a spike TP kind of thing? I don't know. We'll see what it ends up looking like. Could go multiple different ways. I don't really plan things out. I just kind of build what looks cool. Kind of like the way those ramps are looking. They're looking nice. Welcome to the chat room. Apparently, I missed the last 3 lines of text. Hold on. I'm going to refresh my chat. And then when I'm done, I'm going to ask for a round of beer just to make sure chat's working now. I don't know if anybody else just got booted out of chat, but I certainly missed a few lines. Self-sustaining vault and lava. I think it's lunchtime, chat. I think it may be lunchtime for me. All right, I'm going to let this build out. What time of year is it? Late summer? Perfect. I'm going to let this build out here. I'm going to go grab me lunch. All right, so I'm going to be a couple minutes since we're already doing a round of beers. That's perfect. I'm going to be a couple of minutes. So if you could do me a huge favor, if you happen to have sound commands, if you could use those sound commands to entertain the chat, I will be back in a moment. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out, watching the stream today. And more dwarfs, and then some dungeon mans tonight. BRB. All right, I returned with sandwich. I have acquired shamvich. What vich shamvich? Shanvich good indeed, yes. What's on the witch today? Cheese, cucumber, and a little bit of lettuce. Shamvich make you strong? I mean, have you seen me? If they do, it's not working. I'm pretty sure that this dwarf is narcoleptic. I always see this dwarf falling asleep in random ass places. I have a solution. A movie once told me that if you eat bread, bread makes you fat. So, have sandwich with no bread. That's my solution. Because sandwich don't make you fat, but bread make you fat. I, on the other hand, need things to make me fat because I'm like very underweight. Although, one sandwich doesn't really make you fat. 2 or 3, maybe. Also depends on what you put on them. And like the kind of bread you're using. A gun that cost $400,000 to fire for 12 seconds? No. I probably could not pick up anything that weighed 150 kilograms. I used to carry 20 kilogram jugs of oil around, though. Those were fucking heavy. It increases your mana? No, I definitely don't know any spells. Unless it's... okay. Are we talking spells like... I can shoot fireballs out of my hands? Or are we talking spells like I can make a cool potion that makes your head all fuzzy for the next 2 days? Because I could definitely do that. But that's more like druid magic, less like magic spells. So I would need like more connection to nature and not... Mana's probably not super helpful. I could probably make things from stuff in my house that could be considered a magic potion in like the magic spells sense of the word. I definitely have some specific ingredients that could let me do that. But again, like I don't think that necessarily counts. Because isn't that literally what druids are? They're just like fantastical drug dealers. Wait a second. Asterix and Obelix seems very different now. I don't know, Chet. Do you think I know any magic spells? I certainly know how to make an audience of people watch what many people have described to be very mundane, boring things for very, very, very long periods of time, so that must be relatively magical. Also, I'm pretty okay at editing, so maybe you could consider that a magic power, sort of? I'm pretty good at convincing people that they like me, and that I'm not as much of a douche as I seem. That or I'm just a douche who's very, very, very self-absorbed. One of the two. But we've reached autumn. I don't know. I feel like I've always been kind of the weird streamer because the annual tributes from all of the places have arrived. Sorry, Stone. I've always kind of felt like I'm the streamer who plays the games that people are like, oh, nobody wants to watch that. I'm the person who streams those games. When other streamers are like, nobody would want to. Who would want to watch that? What the heck? I'm that guy who streams those games. That's me. That's always been me. For better or for worse, generally. I'm very impressed by the fact that no more crimes were committed while I was gone. Here we go. Let's start with a group of Soren. Not bad. 5 couchies. 10 emerald dye. You know, I have no idea how dye works. That's a system in Dwarf Fortress I know nothing about. Is how dyeing fabric works. It's like I've never actually looked into it. I'm sure it's easy, but the idea that nobody wants X is why I can exist? Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, right? Cow cheese. Who would make cow cheese? I mean, come on. Like, you could make significantly cooler things. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. Hey, peafowl blood. How kind of them. 5 prepared pig lung. A copper longsword? A toy axe. 2 raw green glass. 5 cow cheese. Even more cow cheese. Strange. Buffalo leather loincloth. Sometimes you're just into weird shit, man. Some people just, you know, they got their hobbies. Let them have their hobbies. I'm not gonna keep them from that. Hey, look, a Gabriel altar. Oh, nice. Fancy. Ooh, a fire opal. That's actually kind of... Did I misread that? Where was that? Did I read fire opal or did I misread that? Yeah, I misread it. Red spinach leaves and... Oh no, there is a 1 large precious fire opal. I did read that right. 1 large precious fire opal. Those are very valuable, actually. Like, that's actually kind of a lot of value. Like, that's an item I'll specifically go to trade if I have a lot of them. Because they're a good trade good. White stork leather, water buffalo loincloth, same thing. It's all of them humans and their loincloths, man. I'm assuming you got it, so. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Speaking of strange concepts, a concept that I still find kind of strange is actually the concept of being hungry, because I was literally not hungry for like a year plus. So whenever I think too hard about food now, it's like, did I scroll? I thought I did. Hold on. Yes, I certainly did. So it was one pineapple opal was at the bottom. Pineapple opal was the bottom, which is... right there. So brass bars, iron carving knife, 2 chests, a gabbro altar, yam plants, and a bronze corkscrew. Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. I need to figure out how to block getting friend requests on Fortnite, because I don't have Fortnite, but I keep getting random Fortnite friend requests from accounts that are definitely bots. So, dear Epic Games, stop sending me notifications for friend requests. There we go. Perfect. Also, weren't we just talking about Might and Magic? Because apparently Heroes of Might and Magic is on Epic now. So's Anno 2070. A bunch of old Ubisoft games are all on Epic now. Weird. Weird! For this tile set? Tele? Cooler _ SK, who should be lurking. He's a VIP in this stream. Cooler _ SK also does all of my art for most of my emotes, except for the skulls, basically, and did all the channel art. And I kind of want to do a big channel art refresh, but I don't really have the budget to like kind of redo all of my channel art, like starting soon screens and everything. Cause I like the old like showroom kind of theme that I have for my starting soon screen, but man, I really want to just redo it as like a radio station. Fair enough. Mike Mayday is the next person I want to try and interview, because I had, I don't know if you missed it or if you know, but I had Meph on, and I want to have Mayday on next. I'd like to talk to him about perspective and like the process that they went through for actually designing the dwarves. Yeah, there's an interview up on my YouTube channel with Meph already. Ah, gotcha, Taylor. Who, Meph? I don't know too much about him, about his personal life, so I don't really pay attention. Struck me as an interesting enough dude talking with him. So, oopsies, that's the wrong thing. But then again, I'll bet you in a few years there will be stories about me. Because I've pissed off enough people already. I'm sure I'll continue to piss off people. That's okay. As long as nobody's assaulting anybody, I don't really care. Generally. Let me, I don't know where it's linked. It should be pinned on my Discord, but let me just grab you the drive link. Because this is just easier. There, you should be able to download it from this link. What do you want to check, if I can ask? The sexuality of the Ettins? I mean, go nuts. A sentence that you're only... No, I'm not judging you. It's a perfectly valid thing to check. I'm wondering if they were even there in year 100. They might not be there in year 100. I can't remember how far in I was at on year 100. Almost, but yeah, anyway. We currently have enough dwarves that in theory we could get more Ettins if they decided to show up. Where did my nice blocks go? Why am I losing them? They're there. But yeah, I would never judge you for looking up something like that. Personally, I think that it's very impractical for rare creatures like that to have preferences like that. They need to multiply, but c'est la vie. Also, I don't know if Eggman's still lurking, but I only just realized that he's got a Roller Coaster Tycoon video playing. Only just realized that. Neat. Back in the good old days. That Vimex ML, that is one of like the only sentences you'll ever read in a Dwarf Fortress chat. It's quite literally a sentence you will only ever read in a Dwarf Fortress channel. Nowhere else would you ever read. Sorry, I need to check the sexuality of the Ettins. Yeah, those weird giants with two heads. Yeah, I gotta check their sexuality to make sure that they're breeding. See, I think they just got injured. That's my concern. If you want their names, I could also give you their names. Let me know if they aren't in the save file at that point. Because I can't remember if they were there or not. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that's kind of like CK, Crusader Kings, where it's just there's just certain things that you can say while playing Dwarf Fortress that will make no sense in the context of literally anything else in the entire universe. But in the context of Dwarf Fortress, makes perfect sense. Like, even just simple things that we don't even think about, like better atom smash that noble. What? I love it when games develop their own lingo. It's just one of my favorite things about getting way into obtuse games is like when you say something like that. Yeah, it pretty much is. It pretty much is. Yeah. A whose line is it anyway skit? Because like when you run into somebody else in the wild who understands what you're talking about when you mention something like that, it's like insta best friends. It's just like whenever I run into another type 1 diabetic, it's like, oh hey, instant best friends. The dwarves have arrived to trade. The real question is, will they be ambushed by a stray Wolverine this time? got so many fucking choirs. I'm not gonna sell any of them, but I got so many of them. Should sell the cloth that's starting to degrade. Boom, boom, boom. I have a custom set of colors for this, which is pinned in the Discord. Because I can't paste that into chat. Let me grab it for you. Or show you how to find it. Yeah, so it's this right here are my colors. So if you go here and you go to pinned messages, and you scroll down a little bit, that link right there from 10/14/2020 is my colors. It's from a bit ago, but... Also, I haven't watched that WAN show episode, but how's that WAM show episode relevant to DF, Peter, if you're lurking? Bum, 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 bum. No problem, Taylor. Are you setting up a vanilla install, or? Bum, bum. Vanilla? Well, best of luck. Time to make a Discord? Oh, do you not have a Discord account? Well, fortunately, Discord accounts are pretty quickly, easily makeable and easily deletable too, so if you don't want to have one, you can just get rid of it. I mean, I would post it in the Twitch chat, but, well, I mean, I guess I could put it in a Google Doc and then link that. I don't know. It's just, I would post in the Twitch chat, but there's too many characters. What are those? Oh, earthenware jugs. Sell all of those unglazed earthenware jugs. All of the unfinished earthenware jugs because I'm too lazy to make glaze. Harrowed by the nightmare. This dwarf doesn't look like they should be depressed, though. Like, you really don't look like you should be depressed. Although you've made some more friends, which is good. Friends with Mathos and Vigario Pro. Hang in there, you poor dwarf. Yes, they are depression prone. Just like me. Very relatable. Sad days. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. I'm sure it's all the same stuff to share, though. Rose gold and black bronze. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Goodbye, dwarf. It's a good thing, like, the trading just went smoothly this month. This year. After last year. Yeah, no, it's just kind of sad and always kind of hard to deal with dwarves that are constantly depressed. I always do what I can, but there's only so much you can do in most situations. Mist generator helps. I have one. So, there's only so much you can do. The only negative thoughts in that dwarf's head are literally just the classic Crouchy when caught in the rain and Grouchy mulling over being caught in a snowstorm. But it's because this is an outdoor fort, so it's just kind of part of the reality of it. But it also helps weed out the easily depressed prone dwarves. Just like this dwarf's a little bit depressed now, where they shouldn't be. Find something humorous in everything. Tense considers what others think of her. You're not particularly weak, though. What if I gave you this task? Because you seem to really enjoy reading. Let's give you a scholar job. We've also been doing a lot of construction, which has taken them away from the tavern and chill out time for about a season, so. Cutest, get over here, come on. Here you come. I know I ain't building a second mist generator. Ooh, a duck egg roast. Isn't that just like a quiche? I would imagine an egg roast would be like a quiche, maybe without a crust, like a quiche filling. Bow, 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 bow. At least that's done being constructed, and we should just let them fill this up. Actually, you know what? If I give them three wheelbarrows on this, then they won't haul as much. A lot more dwarves can go take a break, which is much more important right now. Still wondering why honey doesn't work. I literally have everything set up to press honey. Literally, I have everything set up, but I can't order the job for whatever reason. It's been like that for a while. Starting to think that like beehives just get bugged after a bit. Yeah, after reading some more reviews in the background for Stronghold Warlords, I can pretty confidently say that I would have hated that game if I played it. I can pretty confidently say that. Like, there's enough people talking about enough things to do with that I'm looking at that going, yeah, I don't think I'd like this game. So it's a good thing I skipped it. Which is unfortunate. Because I like the visuals of it. Looks pretty. I like the setting. Everything about that new Stronghold looks pretty cool. But I'm glad I decided to wait for reviews on that one. Even if other people are enjoying it, I just... You know what I should do? I should put pedestals in here, in this, and put artifacts on them and keep them behind glass. Because we could totally do that. Man, oh, this big spherical thing over here is going to be our new tavern. I don't know what it's going to connect to. It's going to connect to something. Because I've got more rooms I want to build up here. I really want it to come down and connect to the wall over on this far side down here. Like this little room there. It's going to connect to that platform. I just don't know how I'm going to do that yet. And I also need to add more stairs to that platform, so. Kind of wish I could use gems to make glass gem floors, but then I could have them like looking down over things. Makes me sad to see franchises like Stronghold. It really does. It's nice when games come out and they're good. All right, so I'm literally just waiting for the dwarves to finish hauling all this stuff up. And I think I need to chop some more gems. Cut blue jades. And cut sards. You can cut sards. And you can cut blue jades. Get those gems hacked apart. Also, something that happened relatively recently that some of you may have missed is Sathatos passed away of old age, who is the person who made one of the few forts which was older than this. Bailey's, that's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Having a little chill afternoon. I think it's a lunchtime for a lot of people. We're going to be swapping games relatively soonish if we remain this quiet in chat room. And then we'll jump over to Dungeon Mans, which I'm sure will be fun. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck I'm supposed to do with that. Oh well. Dark Skynet. You're away from family and friends. And you're remembering wearing tattered clothing. Well, that's no longer an issue. You got very nice clothing. The highest quality pigtail clothing. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up, where everything is fucked and everybody sucks. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. So I think you better quit talking that shit, or you'll be leaving with a fat... I'm going to stop now. You know, I say that I've got good taste in music until I fucking recite those lyrics. But yeah, no, it's... Ironically, last night was a night that I got a good night's sleep. Ironically, last night I got a good night's sleep. It's been kind of a weird afternoon for me, I guess. It's the best way to put it. A weird afternoon. My brain's been nice to me today, though, so that's good. No dumb, stupid thoughts. Not yet, anyway. Day's still young. It's only 3 p.m. We'll see how we do for the rest. It's been a slow day in some ways, but also kind of a busy day in others. I got really lucky on the auto hosts, and I got hosts from some pretty big channels today, so lots of people hanging out and lurking. But it's been very lurky for the last 2 hours or so. I think that's because it's a Tuesday. And we're slowly inching back into the times where people actually have to, you know, go to work and associate with other human beings, which means... that we have less people watching some days. Because I'm kind of expecting Twitch to have a massive decline and get a lot worse over the next little bit. And the reason for that is Twitch is bigger than it's ever been. So now probably people over, in places of power are probably expecting Twitch to continue being bigger for a while. But I have a feeling after pandemic stuff cools down finally, there will be a period where Twitch sees some decline because people can, do more than just hang out indoors. Just a huge headache, no motivation. Oh, that sucks, dude. Yeah, I understand that. Jess, hello. Hi. What's up? How was Stronghold? I've been not talking smack, but I'm happy I decided to pass on it. Jess, thank you very much for the 10th month of subscription. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the Raiders as well as that 5-month streak, 10 months total from Jess? If you guys don't know who Jess is one of my teammates. She was playing some of that new Stronghold today, and plays a variety of interesting little indie games, which might be worth watching. I'm just saying. She's in my team after all, so you should go check her out. Go watch her play the stuff and the things. And I'm going to do this because I think my mods are all lurking. How is stream going? Stream started off real good and is continuing to be pretty good. Been kind of chill over the last 2 hours or so, but no complaints over here. How was Stronghold Warlords? I played it at PAX and did not like it. So I've been very tentative about that one. And the Steam reviews are kind of confirming a lot of my concerns with it to the point where I don't think I would like it very much, but I'm curious about how you're enjoying it. Today has been a lot of small projects and maintaining dwarves' mental health. Because we got kind of an influx of new dwarves recently, so it's been a lot of that. And I'm going to be playing a dungeon crawler pretty soon called Dungeon Mans, which we'll play in the evening. But yeah, today's been chill, is what I would describe today as. Today's been chill. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, see, Stronghold was one of my favorite games when it was new. And I loved Stronghold 2 and played Stronghold Crusader a couple of years after it came out and loved that as well. And literally every single Stronghold game since then has been a disappointment. So, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, if I really want to play Stronghold, I'll just go back and play Stronghold HD or Stronghold Crusader HD. Because Stronghold Crusader HD is very good. Like, very good. And it's got the good isometric graphics I like. It's got, overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam. Just checking it. Like, overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam. And it's super cheap. So it's like, in a world where Stronghold Crusader HD exists, I would probably just go play that. If you played Stronghold 3, please play a better Stronghold game. As somebody who was devastatedly disappointed by Stronghold 3, please play a better Stronghold game. Just please. You owe yourself that. So not only is this a DF stream, Keek, but if you go to this YouTube channel, I archive every single one of my DF streams. So there's literally thousands of hours of it on my YouTube channel. What's up, Cleno? How's things? Just play Stronghold 2. I prefer Stronghold Crusader because I like the setting more, but Stronghold 2 and Stronghold Crusader are both amazing. Also, Stronghold Crusader had a bigger variety of units and types because of the setting. Also, Stronghold Crusader is cheaper. And I personally prefer the isometric style to the fully 3D. I mean, even OG Stronghold is good. Like, even OG Stronghold is really good. They're more castle sims than RTS games, though. So if you're intimidated by RTS games, like, they're good. Exciting devlog this morning. Yeah, it was. I noticed it too late in the day to make a video, so I'll do one tonight. That VOD that was just linked in chat is an adventure mode game. So yeah, I do. Subbed on YouTube, finding DFs, YouTubers, and streamers are kind of rare. Well, I mean, I do other stuff, right? It's not just Dwarf Fortress. I'd say about 60% of what I do these days is DF. I also do, like, a lot of traditional roguelikes and games that I'm interested in, so weird indies and traditional roguelikes. Sometimes puzzles. I like puzzle games. You use the YouTubes to get through the working day? Yeah, I need YouTubes to get through the working day. I got another streamer for you if you want adventure mode. Pythania. They play a lot of adventure mode. Pythania. Although I don't think they archive anything anywhere. More people should do that. But I don't play a lot of adventure mode. Adventure mode is like the thing I do the least. But I do play it. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't have any screenshots attached to it, Clino, so it's lower priority for my news videos, but I'll get one up tonight. And I have to prep for Thursday. What happened to you? Oh, it's still just Dark Skynet, right? Old bastard. But yeah, no, I have literally thousands of hours of Dwarf Fortress stuff. If you just want to listen to some bloke babble about somewhat related things and play Dwarf Fortress, I got thousands of hours of that. It's 2 in the morning right now? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I'm in Greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada, so yeah, it's not the best time zone for everybody. But that's why I archive shit, right? That's why stuff goes up in the archive. I've also had Tarn Adams on the stream 3 times, and all 3 of those VODs are archived too. Not a big fan of the setting of Warlords, but other than that, Warlords is not as good as Crusader 2, but it's good. Okay, so Crusader 2 was terrible, in my opinion. I refunded that game. Like, I used the Steam refund system to refund that game and was genuinely mad for like 2 or 3 weeks. So, like that's where the difference in our opinions there comes, Bailey's, right? Yes, you said, I'm not a big fan of the setting in Warlords, but other than that, Warlords is good, not as good as Crusader and Crusader 2, but is good, right? Crusader 2 is awful. Crusader 1 is good. Crusader 2 is awful. That's where our opinions differ, right? For me, once they stopped being isometric, they just lost their way and never got good again. Stronghold 2 is the only okay 3D Stronghold. And even that one was compared to Stronghold Crusader and Stronghold 1 for me. Oh, you didn't mean... Oh, you meant 2 in Crusader 2. Okay. Well, Crusader 2 is awful. I thought you were talking about Crusader. I even liked Stronghold Kingdoms and played that for a while, the fucking free-to-play thing. I played it like an idle game with a couple friends, and we took over a portion of the world map. That was a little bit of fun for a bit, but probably makes them quite a bit of money because it's full of microtransactions. No, I was extremely high last night, Clinodev, and went to bed early. So, no, I did not get to make one. I'll do one tonight, though. I'll put together one tonight and prep a project for Thursday. You okay there? What are you doing? Oh, you're reading a book. Sutures for Everyone. That must be a new book. When was that written? Who wrote that? It's written by Cheers Jamie. Okay. I gotta just let these dwarves chill for a bit. It's amazing how much the mega project stresses them. Kleno, can you link Pythania's stream? I can't remember how to spell it. Please and thanks. Because genuinely, can't remember how to spell it. And I'm too lazy to go open the KitFox Discord. Kleno's better at this shit than me. I'm good at promoting my own shit. I'm not good at promoting other people's shit. Interested. After learning about the surgical method of excision. Interested after reading The Mystery of Excision. And is interested after learning the mystery of excision. There you go. Geek, that's who I was talking about. That Kleno Dev linked. Thinking about buying Stronghold Legends? Honestly, just buy Stronghold Crusader 1. Just, what even is Stronghold Legends? Which one is that? Which one is, oh, that's the one with dragons. Yeah, I never played that one. That one was a little strange for me. I was like, I'm good. I'll pass. Just play Crusader, man. Fucking OG Crusader. Stronghold Crusader is so fucking good, dude. Like, trust me. Stronghold Crusader is probably the best Stronghold game. Fucking 2002 at its finest. That game can drink in all civilized countries. Wow, they've put ads of Stronghold Warlords in the Stronghold Crusader intro? Really? Did you just go to open up Stronghold Crusader? That's kind of cool. I don't know if I could hate on that. That's kind of neat, actually. Oh no, there's a beehive that popped up in my sheep field. my sheep are getting stung. But as far as Dwarf Fortress stuff on Twitch goes, I'm by a long shot the most active. By a long shot. Also, Kleno, since I have your attention, do you know anything about the Mushroom Kingdom mod for DF? As I don't think it's been updated in a while, but I want to play it. Because tomorrow's Mario Day. It's March 10th, Mario Day. So I want to play that. But I haven't, and I kind of forgot until like this morning. And I want to go back and find it, but I don't know where to find it. It's also weird even for DF. I know it'll be a good time, right? What could possibly go wrong? I just know it's like exploding question mark blocks and Yoshi's being wild and fucking Toad's getting the shit kicked out of them. I don't know, it sounds like fun. Although I'm also planning on playing, on May the 4th and Revenge of the 5th, I'm planning on playing the Star Wars Jabba Fortress. Although that actually has been updated. I know that that's actually been updated. Hi, Pi. How are we? Enjoy your looks, man. Once I'm good at it. I mean, at some point, enough people have asked me to play the... Why do I always want to call it the Long Dark, but it's the Long Night. is the thing that I'm thinking of. I do want to play that at some point. I'm still just like covered in strawberries. There's so many strawberries in this fucking fort. It's ridiculous. Also, stray ramble. That should not be put in here. Wild Bake, what's up? Thank you very much for the host, man. I felt real bad because I missed a Cringer host recently because I just didn't notice it pop up. And then randomly I had like 300 people watching and I was like, what the fuck happened? Is missing a world file? No, it's not. You must have opened it wrong, because it certainly isn't. Because I haven't changed or edited it, so.
Whoop, whoop.
But whoop, thank you very much for the 30 months, Peak. Cheers, dude. Let's see if I can re-upload it, but I'm pretty sure it's not. If you still have the link, I'm going to delete that save that's in there and upload a new one. Re-uploading it. It's pretty small. Give it a minute, though. I mean, it works on my end. I reloaded it not too long ago, so I don't know what you're talking about. Also, I gave that link out to many people, and many people downloaded it and had no problems, so I am not sure what you're talking about. So, I don't know. Cheers. It's more than that's more than enough. That's quite the dance. What dance is this? Who's playing the music? The Satin of Rhyming. It's one of our dances. The singer always does the counterpoint melody and should feel mysterious. The singer recites nonsensical words and sounds while the music is played on a Keurig. I'm sure we could recreate that in real life. You have black squares in each text? Thanks in advance. Copied the art to folder. It is a bitmap file. Updated init.txt to have font bitmap. I mean, I'd need to look at it. I don't know all of the information there. I mean, it's probably. I'll show you what mine looks like. I mean, this is what mine looks like, right? Right there. And then for windowed, looks the same. Graphics set to no. Make sure you have graphics set to no, because technically this is not a graphical tile set. And I have it set to windowed, yes. I don't know outside of that. If you're getting black squares, that's not something I've ever encountered. So I am not a analytical genius. I just simply set things up the way all instruction booklets say to, and then it just works. I once had a problem with it crashing, but that's because I made a spelling error. That wasn't the fault of the game. Also, chat, can I get a couple more beers for that 30 months? I know that there's more than 30 of you here. Come on. All right. I don't know if you still have the link, but VimML, there should be a new version of it. Right? Here. And if that doesn't work, I don't know. It literally works on my computer, so I can't help you. This poor dwarf. Yes, I can afford it.
Yes, I can afford it.
Well, there's been times where you've resubbed and then immediately stated afterwards that your bank account's in overdraft. So thank you very much for the confirmation that you are financially capable of subscribing. So thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription, Dragon Man. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Dragon Man? Keeping that subscription alive for a second month. And also, being the mom that gave birth to the majority of the dwarves in this fortress for a while there. Including many that died. But also some that are still alive. You missed the beer emote? Yeah. I always wonder when I see people refollow me after I haven't seen them in a while. I always wonder if they unfollowed intentionally or if I said something that upset them and then they unfollowed. I always wonder about that stuff. Or when somebody comes back after not watching in a really long time and they've been unsubbed for a while. It's always kind of I wonder if I upset you. Or if you just got bored. Which is, either's totally fair. But I always wonder about that kind of shit. It's something I try to not let it bother me, but because it's just part of the job description, I guess, but it's usually because you're busy. It's usually what I assume. I mean, it's very rarely a negative thing. It's just, I sometimes wonder, you know? Like, there's definitely people that used to spend, like, every day here and then didn't tune in for a very long time. Hey, Ultra Kid, what's up? There are too many streams. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, I always say this. It's like, you know, it's incredible to me that as many people watch me as they do because there's literally millions of streams you could be watching. Quite literally millions. Like, 2 million people stream on Twitch every month. So, like, there's literally millions. You are certainly not a bother, but I also told it that told it to give you access, so that is annoying, but that's not your fault. This is the last link I'm giving you. If this one doesn't work, I give up. Okay? How about that? Will that work? I don't really want to be sharing this save around anymore because it's 100 years old, almost. If that one doesn't work, you can wait until I get hit year 205. Ended up modifying the window X and Y values and it worked. Yeah, see, I just don't go 1600 by 900 for everything because that just works. Should work perfectly? Yeah, I don't know why the other one didn't have that folder. I certainly didn't delete anything in it. No one else had any issues, so I don't know what the fuck happened there. There we go. Lots of dwarves dancing and hanging out. That's what I like to see. Hard to watch Twitch while being in a Zoom meeting all day long? You mean it's hard to get away with watching Twitch while being in a Zoom meeting all day long? You just need to be more incognito. It's not like they're watching your screen. Come on. Come on. But no, I get it. You know what's really funny is, like, I remember using Zoom in, like, 2014 and going, this is garbage. Why would anybody use this? Worst piece of software ever. And now it's, like, one of the biggest companies on the fucking planet. It's so strange. If nothing else, it's hard to multitask that much. Fair. You see, that's totally fair. That is totally fair. If you're, like, actually doing some speaking and stuff, that is very fair. Let's try that. Get you shearing, and then get the lower ones spinning. That, or it's just going to immediately cancel. One of the two. Dark Skynet's still a little down. You want to practice some martial art? Well, what if we put you into the Eternal Guard? Get the Eternal Guard training. It's been a little bit since they've done a training season. That or it'll just totally break you. Apostle the Second has given birth to a girl! Hallelujah! Does anybody want to be a brand new baby girl? A brand new baby girl! Apostle and Sparkly 4K's child. Grandparents are Dragon Man and Wave Thrash, who are both dead, and Sui and Hot Cup of Tea. Sui's still alive. Older brother of, or their older brother is Tiny Goliath. Stone would like it? What number is this, Stone? This is Stone the 4th, Ivy. I think. Stone 4. She is a daughter of Apostle the Second and Sparkly 4K. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She worships the fuchsia, and Shin, Russet, Amber, the Red Rocks. Her nose is broad. Yep, was named after her aunt. Her ears are slightly flattened and her cobalt eyes are slightly sunken. Her hair is neatly combed and her hair is a crew and her skin is sandy taupe. Her hair is a crew and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally believes competition is a crucial driving force in the world and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and does not respect the law and disregards tradition. And dreams of creating a great work of art. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and is curious and eager to learn, often feels discouraged, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She is very humble, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She tends to share her experiences and thoughts with others, and she can handle stress. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. All infants in DF are pretty opinionated, Greg. They all have very developed personalities for being born today. But you kind of have to look at it from the point of view of a child, right? It's like they like say they hate those who seek to overthrow powers of others. It's like, well, obviously they're a loud, whiny infant, right? It's like they hate those that hold power over others. It's like, well, clearly they're just a disobedient child. It's like you could ascribe a lot of meaning to that from the point of view of a small child, which is quite hilarious in all honesty. Why are you taking such a bizarre route to combat training, my dude? Or are you attending a meeting then going to combat training? Yep. Those are all of the ends. You also got to remember, they did murder something down there. There is a dead Cyclops, so they might have like gotten injured during the fight, which is my reasoning as to why they haven't bred yet, is because they got into a fight in the basement. And I don't need to know any other reasons. So you can have that for your own science, but I'd rather you don't share it. Because I don't want to know. I have a headcanon, which is more than enough. Like, literally everything in DF sucks, Mel? Like, literally everything? It's great, but you have to ascribe your own meaning for it to actually be interesting. You have to be a very talented bullshitter to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. Bum, bum, wow, wow. That's a lot of dead chinchillas. I'm not sure what keeps killing them, but something does clearly. Wow, 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 wow. Just looking at jobs here. And poor Tele. At the very least, you've kind of stopped tantruming, though. Unfortunately, Dark Skynet hasn't actually gotten mad yet. Also, looks like maybe being in the military is what Dark Skynet needs. Of course, put Skynet in the military, everything will be fine. What could possibly go wrong? But seems to be getting very positive moods out of it. Notice the, I think it's, yeah, self-pity after being unable to practice martial art. Enraptured after learning about dodging, satisfied upon improving observation, wonder after learning about dodging, enraptured after remembering communing with the future. It's like, yeah, there you go. That's improving your well-being. What weapon did you grab, if I can ask? Yellow Dwarf? Yeah, sterling silver flask. Bronze scimitar. Will that make them into a swords dwarf, I would think? It's kind of neat. Iron shield, mittens, iron mail skirt, iron helm. Man, I kind of wish it would list who made the iron helm. It's like it has the stamp of X person. The idea of a dwarf using a scimitar is kind of an interesting visual. I like it. It's a good visual. Kind of sad I'm out of coffee. Sad days. I don't care who made it. I mean, even then, even Masterpiece things I don't think have the, like, a name of who made it on it. Well, but what I do really like is when you have, like, something like this, the conflict of theaters. It's like, this is a iron short sword that this dwarf has used to kill many buzzards and greylangers and kias and buzzards and greylangers and kangaroos. But it's like, the named swords, then when they get passed down to somebody else, that shit's really cool. It's like, oh, this person used it for X amount of years and killed this many things, and then this person used it for X amount of years and killed this many things. That stuff's really neat when that starts happening. Like, here's a Masterwork chain leggings. And it's like, that's the only time that we actually get that. It's by Focal Fury. Dragon Man made that one. Apparently that shield has no kills. Saladin? Who's Saladin? Is it because of I said scimitars? Let's see how your first day in the military has treated you. Now you're lonely after being away from friends, but overall, stuff is good. You also claimed one of the nicest bedrooms in the fort, you silly dwarf. Don't really have much to complain about, frankly. Sleeping through your fighting demonstration? Lazy ass. For a second there, I was like, where did all of my... For a split second there, I was looking at this and I was going, where did all of my windows go? They got snowed on, so they're a different color. That's almost as bad as the... Where did my frame rate go? Oh, the game is paused. Man, frames are real bad. Nope, the game's just paused. Which is certainly an issue I've run into over the years where I'm just like, man, frames are real bad. Nope, game's just paused. What's up, Mirth? Those things. Just a kind of a prior warning, I guess. We will be switching games soonish. We're going to be playing some Dungeon Mans, which is this month's Patreon game. About the same. Slept pretty well last night, which is a nice change of pace. Mostly just hanging in there, though. It would be inaccurate to say that I'm doing well. And probably will be pretty inaccurate until the year is over. But I'm alright. I'm surviving. Doing okay. I've certainly been worse. I think that was all of my nice. There's more. But wait, there's more. They're just as nice as ever. We've got some hell to walk through. I feel like I've already been through hell in my life. So it's always kind of a like, well, I think I can just do that again. You know what I mean? It's like, whenever I think about how hard something is going to be or how difficult something in life is going to be, it's like, well, I mean, it can't be as bad as the time I did this, right? It's like, all right, life, do your worst because you've probably already done worse to me. Which is generally how I feel. Still doesn't mean it's fun, easy, or good. Yeah. Yeah. And Stirring Abyss. No, I have not. I think you may have actually got something I haven't heard of. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. How is the Loopy Hero? If you guys don't know Billionaire is my other teammate. No, I don't want to shout out Bella Derp. I want to shout out Bella. There. Should go give Bellinaire a follow. He's a chill Finnish lad. He plays pretty good games sometimes. He really likes that Valheim. He beat the final boss. So easy game, easy life. Moving on to new things. What's next on the roster? Or are you going to do more of that? It's like old school XCOM? Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that would be why I haven't heard of it. Lovecraftian underwater XCOM. Yeah, I'm okay. XCOM always did a pretty good job of scratching that itch. Have you seen the response to the new Stronghold, though? I played it at PAX West and was on it. Okay, maybe like don't look at the responses. Maybe don't look at the responses. Maybe just like listen to what like Jess and Kiri have to say and go by that. Or what Cringer has to say. From what you saw on FG stream, it's currently mixed, I think. From what I've read, runs like ass, is pretty low on content, and not particularly well balanced, and pretty dumbed down compared to the older ones, mechanics wise. But that's just from what I've read today, so I don't know. The reviews actually got better. It was at 45%. It's gone up to 65%. So there is that. Some people like it, clearly. I don't know. Are you going to review Loop Hero? Because that seems like something that would go up on the YouTube channel. I kind of miss your uploads. I was like the one person I think actively watching your YouTube channel. I mean, it might do pretty well, too, because, like, there's a lot of interest around Loop Hero. Since you finished it. But this is my new tavern. It's a sky tavern. Well, it's going to be a tavern and a temple, actually. But, this is my new tavern. Almost got the roof done, more or less. And then I just need to do the skylight. But it's definitely a halcyon day. I got rated by you and Jess. I don't know what I did to be blessed by so many raids today, but cheers, guys. One of your dudes just died in Stirring Abyss. Cause rip. Oh hey, we just hit 5,000 on the dead and missing charts. That's always good. Yeah, well. New high score, I guess. I'm waiting for that to hit 10,000, which it most certainly would. How's Dark Skynet doing? Dejected and lonely. But I think you're enjoying your individual combat drills. Abe is also generally enjoying this. Generally. I'm not going to change my mind. Okay. Calm down there, me. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-dum. We're into late winter. But yeah, no, that's... I'm finding it really difficult, Bellinaire, to like get excited for any game. Because I have so many games that I know I like. And I feel like every time I try a new game now, the only thing that happens is I hate it, and then everybody looks at me like I'm an evil person for hating it. It's like, oh no, Blind, you're a bad person for not liking this. So I'm just kind of like almost iffy to try new stuff now because like I didn't like Loop Hero, which is fine. It's just not for me. Nothing against Loop Hero, it's just not for me. And then like I also didn't like I feel like I dislike new games more often than I like them now. And I don't know if that's a problem with me or games being released. I feel like it's a problem with me, but every single time a new game comes out, it's like, well, whatever. I'll pass the majority of the time, and that just kind of sucks. It's like not a win for anybody. Nobody wins because you guys just get to listen to me complain about shit that I don't like. And it's not like it helps the games or the developers or anything, really. And I doubt that the developers are actually getting my feedback, so like, what the fuck's the point? If everybody else likes them, they can just play those damn things and I'll go do things that I enjoy because I'm a weird, surly old man now. Plus any other genre equals pass. I mean, like, I always want to give card games a try because, like, people fucking love them. And I don't understand what's wrong with people and who hurt them and why they need so many cards in their fucking video games. Card games are fun, physically, because you hold cards. They're not fun in video games. It's just a shitty fucking mechanic. Just give me a cool battle system. Stop making me fiddle with fucking decks. The hell's wrong with you? Ah. It's hard to be wowed by a new one, and with a metric ton of games getting released, it's getting hard to find gems. Yeah, and then I try and showcase gems, and people look at me and they're like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah. I mean, I love card games in person. Hell yeah! You want to play some cards? I'll play some fucking cards. I'll play some solitaire by myself too. You want to play a board game with a lot of cards? I'm down. I like cards." Want to play some apples to apples? I'm totally fucking game. You want to play some crazy eights? Yeah, let's do that. Go fish? Fuck yeah. Basic Texas Hold'em? Sure. It's Carcassonne. It's Carcassonne. Here, and that's why I thought I would like it, though, Belliner. That's why I thought I would like it. But no, it's a boring fucking reverse tower defense game, not Carcassonne. There's no scoring based on building cities. It's a boring fucking backwards tower defense game with some, like, board building elements. It's like, and then they make you build a fucking deck. And I'm like, well, you know what? Fuck you. I'm out. I'm out. I don't want to play that. Blind likes a very specific type of game, and other people are not allowed in my holy places. Which is why I will live alone forever. I don't think any card game has great success, even with Valve's Artifact Field. I mean, have you looked at Slay the Spire recently? Like, have you looked at Slay the Spire recently? Like, card games are huge, dude. Like 75,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. Yeah, that game did just fine. Did just fine. Yeah, no, there's actually like a ton of card games that are quietly doing really well. Ratopolis is another one. Very recently, Loop Hero is another one. Trying to think of the other one. There was another one that blew up that's quietly really popular, and I can't find it now. Oh, Monster Train. That's the other one I was thinking of. Monster Train also did really fucking well. Griftlands did really well. Yeah, this little indie game called Magic the Gathering. Yeah, card games are big. People like card games. I will never understand it. Especially virtual card games. Nerds is pretty good, but Nerds didn't exactly blow up or anything. Unfortunately. Blew up quietly? Well, when I say a game blew up quietly, I mean, like, it doesn't really get any kind of mainstream press, right? Like, Magic the Gathering, quietly humongous, right? How often do you see Magic the Gathering talked about? You know, it's just kind of like League of Legends is quietly a really big game. Quietly a really big game still. You don't really see a lot of people talking about League of Legends. It's just kind of there. And we all know it's there. And we all just stop acknowledging it because we've all decided we don't like it. You know? It's like no one really talks about Magic the Gathering or poker, but they're both giant fucking industries. Oh yeah, no, totally. But it's certainly not like, you know, like Slay the Spire or Monster Train level is what I'm saying, Pilot. There's enough people to get a game, for sure. I'm not talking about... Nerds isn't astronomically huge, I guess. Nerds is fun, though. I've played a little bit of Nerds. Not on stream, though. I don't think that would be a game I would enjoy streaming. This is Nerds, for anybody wondering. It's a Zachtronics game. I mean, it's not a traditional Zachtronics game. How's that? It's not a traditional Zachtronics game. It's very much multiplayer solitaire, which I know is an oxymoron, but it's like that. It's a solitaire game where you play with your friends. 2 of my merchants are found dead. Mestos and Dragon Man. It's also like truly free. They just have a sponsorship thing for $10 that you can buy if you want. Mestos and Dragon Man II. Pour one out, dwarfs. You were good. And that's the last of my coffee. I hope they had a good retirement in Longdeath. I feel kind of bad because they only both just got here. Also, Stone. Heads up. Duck for cover. 1 rose quartzite and an iron cauldron. I don't even need to screenshot that. I can just remember it. I'm assuming you already got it. It's because you said, a simple one. And Taylebi II was found dead, not of natural causes, though. We'll pretend that one was also natural causes. Sorry, Tayle. This is good, though. I got space for babies again. That was 2 natural deaths and 1 other natural death. How unfortunate. Dehydration is natural. Yes, indeed. I mean, they were old enough to die, too. Oh, no. Such a lot. Rice? Hey, at least I didn't expel you. Then I would have felt bad. Also, you died on a table. That's impressive. You managed to die on a table. So, congrats. You know, this is going to turn into that discussion that we had the other day of whether or not getting bludgeoned to death is considered a natural death. We had a very in-depth discussion / argument / disagreement about whether or not getting beaten to death is natural. I am very much of the opinion it is not a natural death. Not if it's a human bludgeoning you. Wait. So if nature bludgeons you to death, that's a natural death? So wait, hold on. What? This is a new argument though. What would need to bludgeon me to death in order for that death to be considered a natural death? You can't be bludgeoned to death by heart disease. A falling tree. No, that's death by gravity. You can't be bludgeoned to death by heart disease. And watch me, he says. Watch me. I'll show you. I'll show you bludgeoned to death. Bludgeon this! Yes, but is that natural? Like dying in an avalanche would, I guess, be bludgeoned to death by gravity. Peter II did the dirty work. He was afraid after experiencing trauma, but at least he was blissful remembering his good bedroom. All right, chat room. If everything goes well, tomorrow we will be playing the Mushroom Kingdom mod for Dwarf Fort. Assuming everything equals by force of nature. Sure. And not malicious intent. So force of nature is a legitimate form of death, whereas oh wow. A skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Well, that's a lot of trauma. What trauma? You got into an argument. Okay, somebody's death. So I think that this person just lost a lover or something. Or a husband, probably. I mean, you're hanging in there. What story are you telling? In the early summer of 151, the dwarf's Cheers Jamie ceased to be the mayor of the eternal adventure of time, and then became the mayor again for all then forward. Sorry for using dev symbols. Okay, so like normal person would read this as not equal, or like that as not equal. Although Twitch is not letting me type that in for reasons. Hi, Hobo. How are you?
Yeet.
And hi, Dr. Phineas. How are you? All right, chat. So tomorrow we will try and pick up the Mushroom Kingdom mod. If I can't get it working tonight, then we'll just play this tomorrow. But we're changing games. So for those of you who support me on Patreon, some of you do, every month on the 1st, I put out a poll. And you guys have 5 days. I don't speak C and C++. No, I don't speak C and C++. I took a 3-day long HTML course once, like 15 years ago. So that's my programming knowledge. I also used to play with Lego Mindstorms back in the day, and we did write the little programs in not quite C, which was like basically just Lego Mindstorms minus the GUI interface, but that's it. High school math, though, and hopefully most people here have done high school math. So then generally that's what I would rate as not equal. Exclamation point equal means nothing to me.